Welcome, everybody. I am Michael Jacob at twitch.tv/jerkus_mage or YouTube/jerkus_mage. And today I'm going to do a set review. Plan is to look at all the cards, think about how they're going to be played in limited, come up with a rating of 1 to 10. There's a key on the screen. Also going to talk about some of the flavor of the cards and whether they're going to might be constructed playable or not. Let's start off with white and white commons. We have Era's Rescue Mission, 3 and a white. Choose one, take the elevator, create 3/1/1 colorless hero creature tokens, or take 59 flights of stairs, tap up to 3 target creatures, put a stun counter in one of them. Okay, when I first read this, I thought it was a stun counter on each of them. This being a sorcery means it's like a falter effect, which is weird for white to have, I guess. Normally, white tapping one creature is like normal. Tapping 3 creatures is getting into territory that's I think reddish. So this is, I would suspect to be an aggro card. It can push through the last couple points of damage. I don't think you're going to be making 3/1/1s very often, unless there's something in the set that benefits you for having a bunch of colorless hero tokens. I think you're mainly playing this card as a falter effect, as in your opponent has 3 blockers, they're at 5 life, you have 5 power, you tap their 3 guys, and you do it. I'm not sure the stun counter really matters that much, because I think the game, if you're ever using that mode, the game is probably over that turn. It seems like it's a card that in sealed, it basically, I think this card gets better the worse your deck is. I think if your deck is good, you don't need this type of effect. If your deck is bad, and your plan is to be aggressive in the first couple of turns, knock your opponent down to like 10 or 12 life, build up a board so they can't attack you, and then eventually draw this and kill them. So I don't think the card is very good. Willing to reevaluate it later. I want to put this as a 4. I typically don't like falter effects, especially in play booster formats, where your deck should be good enough that you don't need this. Alright, Cloudbound Moogle. When this creature enters, put a counter on target creature. So it's essentially a 5-mana 3/4 flyer, and it's plain cycling. Now, I love cycling for 2, land cycling for 2. I think they're great designs. I think one of the big fail rates of limited is keeping a 2-lander and bricking, like not drawing your 3rd land by the 3rd turn. And having cards like this in your deck allows you to play functionally more lands in your deck, but also fewer lands because it's also a decent top deck. That being said, I think the stats on this are pretty bad. The one that was in Duskmourn was a 6-mana 4/5, and I think that one was pretty good. I think you might play one of these. I think you would almost never play 2 of these. So I guess I'll put this as a 5 for now, which means you play it around 90% of the time. But I think it is filler. Coeurl. 1 and a white 2/2. 2-mana tap target non-enchantment creature. Tappers are usually more powerful than they look. However, this one costs 2 and has 2 to activate, as opposed to usually taking 1 mana. It's a reasonable card. It's a reasonable aggro card, because if your opponent doesn't have a 2-drop, it can attack a couple times, and then you can try to force through some damage. Now, the idea behind tappers on why they're so powerful in aggressive decks is you can, into your opponent's turn, tap something, untap, tap another thing. So it basically can remove 2 of your opponent's blockers on your every other turn. Yeah, 2-mana tap is a bit, also the white mana in the tapping, it makes it a bit difficult to utilize. I suspect this is another card that you would probably not want to play in your sealed deck, and it's probably filler in your draft deck. Like, you probably want 1 at most in your draft deck. Unless white has a mechanic that I haven't seen yet that gives you lots of lands, this is going to be really hard to use. Dwarven Castle Guard, 2-mana 2/1. Whenever this dies, create a 1/1 hero creature token. This is from Final Fantasy IV. Love the lolly hose. I love the design on the characters, the dark faces and the glowy eyes. Lolly ho! Cards like this have existed in the past. They're typically pretty good. These are way better than they look, because you're going to play a 2-drop, your opponent plays a 2-drop, you attack, they block, you get something out of it, right? So I think this card, I'd be much more excited to play this card than something like Coeurl, I think. Give it a 5, means you're going to play it probably, 90% of the time. It's a pretty good defensive card, too. getting 2 chump blockers or trading with your opponent's 3/2 and getting a 1/1 out of it to block like a 5/5 later. Beta the Suncrist, 5 mana. This spell costs 2 less if it targets a tapped creature. Destroy target non-land permanent. It's 5 mana destroy non-land permanents because they're not tapped creatures. So it's 3 mana destroy a tapped creature, 5 mana destroy a non-land permanent. It's expensive for what it is. It is removal. It is expensive removal. I don't like conditional removal to cost more than 3, which this one definitely does. It is an instant though, and it is easy to cast. I'll probably put this. Good terminates I put at 7 or 8. This is not a good removal spell. Probably put this either 5 or 6. Yeah, 2 mana is a lot less than 3, because 2 mana lets you like double spell on turn 4 or 5. This one, it's hard to double spell until maybe even turn 6 on this, turn 5 or turn 6. Which is like, just casting 2 spells in one turn, double spelling. And like I said, this could be problematic if your opponent has the read on you. Like, for instance, you have 7 cards in your hand, you play your 3rd land, you go like, oh, go. And your opponent just has like a guy that you want to use Fate of the Suncrist on, and they just have the read on you and just don't attack. You're like, oh. Okay, well, I guess I just black hole my turn, and now you're even in a worse spot the next turn. I think you're going to play this less than half the time. You'll play it if you have to. Aggressive decks don't want to spend 5 mana to destroy a thing. And defensive decks would rather not run the risk of it bricking and just play a creature instead. So this is not really a removal spell until turn 5 a lot of the times, I think. There have been many cards like this in the past that cost. It was like, there was one where it was like 2 and a white and it cost 3 more to target a non-creature permanent. And that one was terrible. I'll put it as a 4. Gala Cat, 2 and a white, 1/3, flying vigilance. As long as you control 2 or more artifacts, this creature gets +2/0. So ideally, it's a 3/3 vigilance. It might not be a 3/3 vigilance until turn 5. But I like this card. Flying and vigilance is a good combination. But I do like it. I like it more than the other cards I've seen. That being said, I don't know if it's better than something like Cloudbound Moogle. Says a lot of artifacts? Okay. I'll put it as a 6 for now, which means if you're going to play all the ones, you're going to play the first one you have always. I don't know about the second or third. I guess this is going to depend on, what your deck composition is. Magic Infantry, 1 mana, 1/1 artifact. This creature gets +1/0 as long as you control another artifact. And you can pay 3 mana, search your library for a card named Magic Infantry, put on the battlefield tapped, and shuffle. So if you can pay 3 mana to like satisfy the first condition, if you have a second one in your deck, it's a robot soldier. I don't like these types of effects typically. I love Tempest Hawk in the previous set, which is the 2 and a white 2/2 attack, get a duplicative in your hand. But a ground creature is so much different than a flying creature. 1 toughness is also kind of mid if there's a bunch of hero tokens. I don't like this card at all. It does trigger the cat by itself for 4 mana. I'm gonna guess that this is much more of a 4-drop than a 1-drop. Yeah. I'm gonna probably say that you don't, just obviously if you only have 1 copy of this card, you would never play it, right? So it's more of a card, if you have 3 of them, do you play them? Maybe. If there's artifact payoffs, if there's multiple creature payoffs, maybe. I'm gonna suspect that the answer is that you don't want to play this. Paladin Arms. So we get our first job select of the format. And so this is kind of, if you remember cards that like germ tokens, what was the name of the mechanic that it was like a 2/2 rebel, a red rebel that connected to? 4 Mirrodin was it, right? It was like 4 Mirrodin. Yeah. So job select makes a 1/1 colorless token and then equips it and I don't know if the creature type matters, it probably doesn't, just flavor. So this is essentially a 3 mana 3/2. It's a 2 and a white, job select, +2/+1, ward 1, and then it has equip 4. I think the job select being in the format means that it's going to be pretty hard to get stonewalled, like in the sense that you have a bunch of 2/2s and 3/2s or whatever, like small creatures on the ground, and your opponent just has like a 5/5, and they're at 20 life and you can't attack, right? So I feel like that is probably not going to happen in this format because worst case scenario, you can just move one of your equipment onto, like, You have 2 Paladin's Arms in play, your opponent has a 5/5. Well, I can just pay 4 to move my equipment onto the double stack onto one creature to make it a 5/3 and attack. So you're always going to be able to do something, right? You can always attack. 3-mana 3/2 ward is kind of not great. So I suspect this is one of the weaker ones. So I will probably put this as either a 4 or a 5. I'll put this as maybe a 5. All right, here is Slash of Light, which is 1 on a white. Slash of Light deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control plus the number of equipment you control to target creature. This seems pretty good. On turn 3, it'll probably deal 1. On turn 4, it'll probably deal 2 or 3. On turn 5, it'll probably do 3 or 4. Right? So I'm going to guess that this is a removal spell that you want to play on turn 5. So imagine you go turn 2 creature, turn 3 job select, turn 4 maybe another job select, and one of your creatures trades. And turn 5 you play a creature or another job select equipment, and then you play Slash of Light. Right? That is the idea here. One of the problems I have with these types of cards is that they don't lock in the damage when you cast it. Which means, imagine you have 5 creatures and your opponent has a 5/5. And you cast Slash of Light on their 5/5. Well, if your opponent responds by killing one of your creatures, then this only does 4 damage. So like the number isn't locked in when you cast it. That being said, it looks like a pretty good... If you're ahead, this is just 2 mana destroy target creature, right? If you're behind, it is maybe 2 mana deal 1. But maybe you can make it 2 mana deal 2, because even when you're behind, maybe you played a job select equipment beforehand, and you traded that creature off, that colorless hero off, and then on turn 5 you can play a creature and then Slash of Light for 2 damage, and that's maybe enough to catch you back up. I like this card. So I'm gonna go ahead and put it as at least a 6. One of the problems is that, again, I feel like this is another removal spell that's only good on turn 5. It's going to be hard for it to do much before that. All right, Chocomog. So now we have Enchantment Sagas this set. So these are creatures that are kind of like Fading, if you remember Fading, or... There was Fading, and then there was identical to Fading, except you add 1 to it, and it Vanishing, is that what it was? So they're like Vanishing or Fading creatures, but that you get into effect every single turn. So on the 4th, so you play it, it comes in as step 1, and then you'll get 2 attacks with it, and then it'll expire before it can attack the 3rd time. That being said, this is Chocomog, this is a summon, enchantment creature, Saga Bird Moogle, 3/3. Other creatures you control get +1/0 until end of turn. If it was just a 3 mana, if it was just a 2 and a white 3/3, your other creatures gain +1/0, that card would be insane, right? And that's what it is a lot of this time, because how often are you going to play this and have the game not be over in 3 turns, right? And that's really what you're asking on this. This is probably a pretty bad 3-drop, because it's probably not going to deal more than 6 damage, 6 to 8 damage if you play as a 3-drop. But as far as a 4 or 5-drop, this card it gets a lot better. Especially when it enables your 2 mana creature or your 3 mana creature to attack into a creature that's normally bigger than them. Right? So you have like a 2 mana 2/2, your opponent plays a 3 mana 3/3, and then you can play Chocomog and be able to attack with your 2/2 that you normally wouldn't be able to. It does want to end the game. Yeah, again, this is just another white card that seems like it's at its best at turn 5. Like, you want to play other cards on turns 2, 3, and 4 and try to end the game by turn 7. And that's where this card, it's like kind of card it excels at. As far as a 3 mana creature, it is a pretty bad 3 mana 3 creature. 3 mana 3/3, because it has essentially Fading 3. It also doesn't work on defense. If there's life gain in the format, this card I think gets a lot worse. Because if you have to deal 30 damage to your opponent instead of 20, then having a Fading creature is not going to help much. So this card kind of just depends on what your deck is. If you're aggressive, you'll probably play 1 or 2. If you're defensive or you're a late game deck, you probably won't want this card in your deck. I'll put it as a 5. Weapons Vendor. When this creature enters, draw a card, 4 mana, 3 and a white 2/2. At the beginning of a combat on your turn, if you control an equipment, you may pay 1. When you do, attach all your equipment you control to target creature you control. Okay, so what Weapons Vendor does is you can look at cards like Paladin's Arms and say this is probably reminiscent of what's going to happen for the most of the set, whereas they have really high equip cost. So Weapons Vendor will probably more likely be a 5-drop. Again, another white card that wants to be a 5-drop. Because think about it. If you have a card, if you have an equipment in play that's just sitting around and you can't afford to equip it, then this is essentially for 5 mana, like a 4/3 draw card, right? Which was in the previous set and very good. Salt Road Pack Beast, right? That was a 6 mana 4/3. It costs 1 less for every creature you have, and obviously it costs 1 or 2 mana all the time. But I played it as 4 or 5 or 6 mana, and I was still happy with it. And I feel like this card might be a similar type of card, where I'm gonna have an equipment that traded off, like the hero token traded off, and I can't afford to pay 4 on any turn, but I can afford to pay 1. And drawing a card is exactly what white wants to be doing a lot of the time. This card seems quite good to me. It's going to depend on how many equipment you have. I assume that you're going to have at least 3 equipment in all your decks. I'm going to say like 3 to 5 equipment in all your decks. I would assume. I don't know how. I'm going to guess that every color has these equipments are common. And your equipments are going to trade off all the time because you're going to attack with them, right? So I think I want this guy at least as a 6. I don't know if I want him as a 7. I think you're going to play the first copy you have. You might even play the second copy you have. I don't know if you're going to want to play the third. I guess it'll depend on your deck construction and if you have if you're an equipment deck. But this is a pretty cool card. White really needs card advantage, so having a common that draws a card like this, it's actually way bigger than it looks. So 2/2 is actually the floor, not the ceiling. All right, White Auracite. When this artifact enters, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls until this artifact leaves the battlefield. This card is way better than it looks. Way better than it looks. And I'll tell you why. If you've played Limited in the past, you'll know about the card I'm about to reference. Buried in the Garden. Do you remember Buried in the Garden? Which was an enchant land. So this would enchant a land, and then the land taps for additional color. This card was very, very good. I splashed for it. This card is likely better, because it's only 1 color and not 2. And it doesn't have the downside if your opponent destroys your land, you just lose the game on the spot. Yeah, this thing, it is also an artifact. There's artifact payoffs in the set, like Galacat, right? And you're going to need extra mana to be able to equip and move around your job select stuff. This card is very good. Having your removal spell tap for mana, that's so busted. It says it taps for 4, but it actually costs 3 mana because it adds a mana to your mana pool. So imagine on turn 5, you can play Auracite and play a 2-drop. This card seems phenomenal. I'm gonna put it as at least an 8. It's a 2-for-1. It's also a removal spell. The only downside I could really imagine for a card like this is that if job select cards are what's going on, paying 4 mana to destroy a 1/1 colorless hero token is not great. Another cool thing about this is your opponent has a Paladin's Arms. You can play Auracite, target that creature, and then use it to pay for the ward cost. You just tap it for mana, right? Yeah, you can grab the equipment, and they're left with a 1/1. Yeah, you could do that. This card looks like one of the cards. This is a card I can get behind. Now, hopefully there aren't a ton of destroyed target artifacts in the set, because if there are, this card gets a lot worse. But haven't seen any yet. So, all right. White Mage Staff. Job select. This creature has +1/+1 as whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life. and equip 3. This seems, it's a 2-mana 2/2. Equip 3 is smaller. This seems pretty mid. This card seems pretty mid. I don't know. Maybe Dwarven Castle Guard sucks in a format where there's a bunch of equipment creatures. Like, this is actually probably pretty bad. Because I do think White Mage's Staff is probably better than this. So, like, maybe Dwarven Castle Guard is a 4. Maybe they're both 5s. I do like having life gain in the format. It's not exactly a 2/2 lifelink. It's like a quarter as powerful, probably. Yeah, I'm looking at the Dwarven Castle Guard, and I think in other formats, Dwarven Castle Guard would be amazing. But this guy is looking worse and worse. And plus, this is essentially an artifact creature, right? Because it comes into play as an artifact. So, like, it'll pump your Gallicats. Like, I imagine putting a White Mage's Staff on Gallicat is pretty sick. Having a 4/4 gain 1 life on attack, flyer. Maybe Gallicat's even better than I think. I already think Gallicat and Weapons Vendor are probably the 2 best white creatures that I see at common. And then You Are Not Alone. The artwork for this card is actually sick. And this is a pretty awesome part of the game if you played a Final Fantasy IX. You're Not Alone is actually the name of the song that gets played. It is, and the music is so good. It's a great part of the series. Great part of the game. And this artwork is actual phenomenal. It shows all the little mini bosses. It shows like the characters that help you. One thing I noticed here is the Final Fantasy IX characters, when they become realistic proportions, is kind of a glow up. So they look really good in this artwork. Especially Dagger. That being said, 1 mana, +2/+2 until end of turn. If you control 3 or more creatures, +4/+4 until end of turn instead. This card seems quite good. This is like a really good removal spell. Like, you attack, they block, you pump, you probably not only kill their guy, but you probably save yours. Great on offense, probably great on defense. It's no Built to Last. Built to Last was pretty insane. Where's Built to Last? Here's Built to Last. Star creature get +2/+2, and if it gains indestructible if it's an artifact creature. It's not this. This Built to Last was completely bonkers. Probably gonna put this as a 6. If you're a white creature deck, you're gonna want to play this. Are you gonna play 3 of them? Probably not. You'll probably play the first 1 or 2. I can imagine so many games ending where your opponent's at 10 life and you attack with 3 creatures, you block 2 of them, and they just die. Like, you just get lava axed at a white for 1 mana. This card is probably going to end a lot of games unexpectedly. Or even on a Gallicat. Like, the Gallicat's been poking you for a couple turns. And then you're like, oh yeah, I'm at 11, I'm fine, I'll just take 3. Boom, dead. So many games are going to get when your opponent says 2 of these. That's kind of ridiculous. That's a lot. +4/+4 is a lot. Again, only for an aggro deck, though. If you're playing a control deck, you don't want a +2/+2. You really only want this if you can trigger the +4/+4. So you're going to want, what, at least 14, 15 creatures in your deck? If your deck has that many going on, then this card's going to be great. Or token makers. If you got token makers, this card's probably great. So that's it for commons. I think the standout to me is White Auracite. This card seems amazing. I think You Are Not Alone might be better than Slash of Light. I think they're pretty close. They both require you to have 3 creatures in play. If you have 3 creatures in play, maybe Slash of Light is better than You're Not Alone. Right? I'd probably rather have Destroy Target Creature for 2 mana, +4/+4 for 1 mana at that point. Probably. This has the advantage of being able to hit the face, though. Having looked at the other white commons, I don't think Cloudbound Moogle is particularly good. I feel like it's missing a stat point. I mean, Plane Cycling is nice, but Flying is nice. I don't think I want Coeurl. This thing is going to be so... The problem with having 2-mana 2/2s, and I think that most people are going to be playing Job Select creatures on turns 2, 3, or 4, and which means any creature that you play that's not a Job Select creature is trading down when you exchange and attacking or blocking, right? Because if I play Coeurl and my opponent plays White Mage Staff, and I attack and they block, they got the better part of that trade. Because I end with nothing, and they end with a White Mage's Staff in play. So I think Coral is even worse than it looks. Maybe this is bottom of the barrel stuff. So maybe I need to put this into a 3. Yeah, 2 mana is a lot to pay for this ability, for sure. Because here's what I'm thinking. Instead of paying 2 for activating this ability, you can spend 3 or 4 to move an equipment and then attack with it. Right? Like, move one of your dead equipment onto one of your creatures. That makes me think that this card's actually quite bad as well. So I want to put this down to a 3. Actually, I might as well put it down to a 2, because it's one of those cards that, like, you have to have multiples, and you have to have 3 of them, and you have to have Artifact Matters cards to ever dream of playing this card. Maybe it's fine. I suspect that you don't want to be playing this card. Dormant Castle card's looking not great, but at least when it trades with a hero card, an equipment, a job select card, it doesn't feel that bad. You get something out of it at least. But yeah, White Auracite's exciting at common. Really good removal spell. Fate of the Suncrist. With White Auracite being so good, maybe. That I can't. Buried in the Garden was a busted uncommon. I honestly splashed for it in limited. This is on color. Wow. Single color. Exciting. That's an exciting card. All right, let's go to white uncommons. Aldebert Steiner. So he is the fellow from Final Fantasy IX. This guy is hilarious. A huge part of his flavor was he's in the mail the entire game, his armor. And just like the clinks and the clanks whenever he is walking on the map. You can just tell who it is just from the sound effects. I forget what his little knight squad was called. Well, the Pluto Knights, right? So I think those are the Pluto Knights behind him. And Steiner seems insanely good. So it's a 1 and a white 2/1 legendary creature, human knight. Lifelink. +1/+1 for each equipment you control. So you have 2 equipments, a 2 mana 4/3 lifelink. Wow. This card's great. Imagine you have like 5 equipment in your deck. This might be a 2 mana 4/3 lifelink, 2 mana 5/4 lifelink. And it's not even while attacking, it's just even on defense. Yeah, this card is very good. Historically, some of the highest win rate commons in sets. This is an uncommon, obviously. But the highest win rate commons have historically been like 2 mana 2/2 lifelink. And that was like, or Healer's Hawk is a 1 mana 1/1 flying lifelink. Like 2 mana 2/2 lifelink. Sometimes those are the highest win rate cards, commons in the format. And this guy is huge. I can't put him up. He doesn't draw cards, but he does have lifelink. I'm gonna put him at least a 7. He might be an 8. I don't know if he's better than Auracite. He actually might be better than Auracite. It's got to be close. Again, it does depend. Yeah, honestly, even if you have no equipment in your deck, which is probably not even possible. Like, I don't know how you, in sealed or draft, I don't know how you would not have any equipment. But even in a no equipment deck, a 2 mana 2/1 lifelink as a card is Child of Night, which is a card I have played in the past. Right? Child of Night was a 1 and a black 2/1 vampire lifelink, right? That's what. And I played that in the past and it's been fine. And this is way better than that. Yeah, this is good early game, good mid game, good late game, great when you're behind, great when you're ahead. Just an all-around great card. However, it doesn't draw a card. So I don't think I can really be better than a 7 at that point. All right, Ambrosia Whiteheart. 2 mana 2/2 flash bird. Enters, you may return another target permanent you control to its owner's hand. Landfall, whenever a land you control enters, Ambrosia Whiteheart gets +1/0 until end of turn. So the idea behind this is you can return a job select equipment. Could do that. You could save your creature in response to a removal spell. Could do that. Like, for instance, you attacked and your opponent cast Fate of the Suncrist. On your tapped creature, you can have Ambrosia come and save you. Another thing this can do is it can bounce a land to give you a landfall trigger to all your chocobos, right? Or you can also bounce a land and have this only cost 1 white mana, right? Imagine you have 3 lands and you're going to miss it. You don't have a 4th land in your hand. You just don't. But if you have 2 2-drops, what you can do is you can play Ambrosia, bounce your land, replay the land, and then play another 2-drop, right? Yeah, you can also reset your Aura Sight, right? So if you like Aura Sight a token, you can reset it, and you can tap the Aura Sight for mana first to make it really cheap. This card is going to be pretty good, and I think you're always going to play this card. Even flashing in as a blocker, pretty reasonable. Worse than Steiner for sure. Yeah, unlike White Mane Lion, you can choose to return nothing. You're right. All right, Ash, who is Princess of Dalmasca. So this is from Final Fantasy 12. She's a 2 and a white 3/2. Whenever Ash attacks, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest of the bottom of your library in a random order. So it can grab equipment. It can grab White Aura Sight. For these random type of effects, you're going to be asking, how many do you need to play to hit consistently with it? Let me fire up my geometric. So if you have 7 artifacts in your deck, she's going to hit about 64% of the time, which is, I think, fair. If you want her to hit almost every time, you'll need to play 10. That's an 80%. And 80% is my baseline for random effects like Collected Company or Look at the Top Whatevers. So ideally, you want 10 artifacts in your deck for this card to be very good. Because the thing is, it is a 2 and a white 3/2, so it's probably going to get blocked and killed immediately by anything your opponent has. So you would really like the first attack to actually get you something. But I think what's probably more realistic is to have 7 hits in your deck, which is 63%, which is acceptable. 63, 64%. It's going to be a little bit higher depending if you have like land cyclers or you can somehow manipulate the top of your deck with scrying. But yeah, I mean, if there are evasion equipments you can find, it's great. Imagine if Ash attacks and you get White Aura Sight. What a blowout. At least she has 3 attack where she'll trade with anything that you attack with. I like her. She's a card advantage creature. You could also save her with Ambrosia. You can like attack, and then when she gets blocked, you can save her. She also enables like equipment matter stuff like Weapons Vendor and Steiner, because Ash searches up equipment and enabling your other cards to work. Or if it doesn't search up equipment, it gets you 5 cards closer to equipment. And it's white card advantage, which white is always desperate to have. This card seems pretty good. I'm pretty much always going to play the first one I have. Even if I have something as low as four artifacts in my deck, I'd probably still play it. Depending on, especially if they're White Aura Sights. If you're fighting White Aura Sight, that's so busted. All right, Auron's Inspiration. Attacking creatures get +2 until end of turn. Flashback 2 white, and it has 3 mana instant. War Trumpet or Trumpet Blast is what these are typically red effects, right? This only works on offense. It does have flashback, so on 7 mana, you can play it twice. And I can imagine this ending games, especially when White Aura Sight, even in your aggro deck, getting to 7 mana is a possibility because your removal spells are 2 for 1 that give you mana. That being said, If you're an aggro deck, you might play one. If you're not an aggro deck, you probably would not even look at this card. Flashback. If there's self-milling stuff, maybe this card gets a lot better. Like maybe there's a white-black, a white-green self-milling strategy. This card gets a lot better if there is. We haven't seen it yet. Rally the Peasants was very good. And it was actually played in Pauper, right? Like, which is a pretty high power level constructed format at one point. And this was 2 and a white, creature you control get +2 until on turn, flashback 2 and a red. Now, this card, it's cheaper to flashback and works on defense. Right? Now, you maybe use it on defense 1 in 15, 1 in 16 times, right? So that's like not a huge power level of the card. It is kind of binary. It's either you want it or you don't. If you want it, it's going to be great. If you don't want it, it's a 0, right? It's a tough one. It's a tough one to put like it's honestly just like a split value thing. If your deck wants this effect, it's going to be one of the best cards in your deck. I don't know if Auron's Inspiration is going to be better than You're Not Alone, though. Oh, you can buff your opponent's attackers? Yeah, because it pumps your opponent's attackers on defense. Okay. Smug, that you brought that up is actually so disturbing. Because imagine this. You don't know this only works on offense. So like, you block with your creatures, and then you cast Auron's Inspiration. And then all of your opponent's stuff gets buffed and yours don't, and you think it's a bug. You're just going to go directly to the forum, and you're going to type in, I just lost to this bug. My opponent's cards got buffed and not mine. Alright, battle menu. Choose one. 2-mana instant. Attack. Create a 2/2 white creature token. Ability. Target creature gets +4/+4 until end of turn. Magic. Destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. Item. You gain 4 life. Yeah, so battle menu, this card, the artwork is great. This is Final Fantasy VI. That is... Okay, well, it's 3 characters you don't ever play with. So that is Realm, Scion, Gao, and then Terra, right? So you don't play Realm, Scion, or Gao ever, because they're terrible characters. But Terra looking good. This card is likely constructed playable. This card seems pretty good. I mean, people are main decking Destroy Evil. Now, Destroy Evil destroys enchantments. That's a big deal. But this, I think being able to flash in a 2/2 blocker, you can eat some 1-power attackers. I don't know if there are any in the format. I haven't seen any. But this is going to be super versatile. It's always going to be useful. You can save your creature from a combat, save your creature from a damage removal spell, flash in to block something, or end of turn flash it in to attack, kill a large creature, gain 4 life if you need to. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good call. So Celestia Charm. Yeah, Celestia Charm. So this was +2/+2, exile 5 or greater, or make a 2/2 Vigilance. This card was very good. And while this card I think is worse than Celestia Charm, is not by much, and it's only single color instead of multicolor. I think you're always gonna play this card. We'll put it as a 6. That being said, I don't think it's gonna be hard to play this before turn 5. Again, I guess this is all white cards. But it is a good removal spell. I think it's more... It's not going to be dead like Destroy Evil is sometimes dead. Like, Destroy Evil is 1 and a white, destroy a target creature with power 4 or greater, or destroy target enchantment. There are a lot of games in Limited where that does literal nothing. Like, your opponent just goes 2/2 into 3/3 into 3/3 or 3/4, or a pair of 2/2s into attack you, and you're like, wow, my card does nothing. Right, and in that case, you can just like flash in a 2/2 and block, right? So this is from Final Fantasy IX, Crystal Fragments. 1 white equipment, enchanting creature gets +1, or equipped creature gets +1. And you can equip 1, and you can pay 7 to transform this equipment. So 1 mana, so Lean and Scimitar is okay baseline, I guess. 1 mana, 1/1. And then they got the backside, which is summon Alexander, prevent all damage to be dealt to creatures you control this turn. Tap all creatures your opponents control. Okay. So it doesn't work on defense. And I think this is sorcery speed only in the front. It is sorcery speed only to exile for 7 mana. So it does attack for 4. You can only attack one time, though, because when you transform it, it has summoning sickness because it exiles then transforms. So it can't attack the turn it transforms. You can attack the next turn, and then the turn after it dies. So it won't be able to attack then. Prevent all damage will be dealt to creatures you control this turn. So this is a Saga ability, so it does go on the stack. It is a pretty big cost for this. So you'd probably want to be playing this card if you want the front side. And then this is potentially a finisher. This will push through the last like 8 points. 1 mana +1/+1. 1 mana equipment plays better than it looks. It does. But it is in a format that has a bunch of equipment already. So its effect is a little bit diminished, I think. It dies because it's a Saga creature, so after step 3 it just expires. This is going to be one of those cards that you really need to play with it to figure it out. But that's not why any of you are here. I would suspect this card is not very good. It would depend on whether you have stuff like Ash to find it. Right? And 7 mana sounds like a lot, but it's possible that White Arcite is just so good that 7 mana effects for white are going to be easy. One of my problems with this is that it doesn't work on defense, and it's only 3 toughness, so it's hard for this to block for you. This is going to be an untapped 4/3 if you want to get the rest of the effects. And plus, you do lose the equipment. So I would suspect this card is not good. I think this card would be better in a format where equipment wasn't everywhere already. But, you know, why would I pay 7 and lose my equipment when I can just pay 7 and like move 2 equipment around and attack? I'm going to guess this card's not good. But I'm willing to be wrong on it. Another 7 mana white card. 5 white crystals chosen. Create 4 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens. Then put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. This card is likely quite good. Like, for 7 mana, I'm picking up what this guy's putting down. For 7 mana, I would much rather be doing this than Alexander summoning. Yeah, this card seems quite good. In the past, there have been 6 mana, make 3 2/2s, scry 3. And it was like one of the best cards in the format. I think it was called Imperial Oath. And again, 7 mana, I think it has looked to me like the color white is based on White Arcite existing. Like, in all seriousness. Like, white has a problem casting cards that cost more than 5 mana, but not when you have White Arcites. I'm gonna guess this is like a 7. I think it's worse than Steiner. I guess I'll put it as a 6. Or maybe Steiner is just an 8. Yeah, maybe Steiner is just an 8. Maybe Steiner is just that insane. Because you have to understand with Steiner, it not only gets +1/+1 for every equipment you control, but you can also put that equipment on Steiner. So you have 2 equipment, it's a 2 mana 4/3. You could then put an equipment on Steiner to make him a 6/4. Card seems good. Good finisher for white. So it's 8, it's minimum 8/8 in value. Odds are you're gonna have a creature or 2 in play, so it's gonna be like a 7 mana 10/10. Alright, Delivery Moogle. 3 and a white flying. When this creature enters, search your library and or graveyard For an artifact card with mana value 2 or less, reveal it and put it into your hand. If you search your library this way, shuffle. This card seems great. Like a 3 and a white 3/2 flyer comes into play, tutors, and a cool card. It searches your graveyard. So if you milled it or you discarded it, you can also, or if it's an artifact creature that died, this guy is great. A new letter has arrived just for you, Kupo. I think it's worse than Steiner. And it's better than Ambrosia Whiteheart. So I'll put it as a 7. It gets better if there's a 2-mana artifact that's insane, it gets even better, right? I don't know if there is one. It can't find White Auracite, because that costs 4. I mean, I guess I can find Magitech Infantry if you want that. It can find White Mage's Staff. What I would expect, from what I can tell so far, this is the card it wants to find. Which also, another thing to keep in mind is that Delivery Moogle makes cards like Slash of Light really freaking good. Because if your Delivery Moogle can go search up White Mage's Staff, you've got one card that makes 3 permanents for your Slash of Light. So I imagine an opening of turn 4 Delivery Moogle, turn 5 White Mage's Staff into Slash of Light is a pretty awesome combination of cards. It can find Crystal Fragments, and that's certainly a reason to play Crystal Fragments. Dragoon's Lance. 1 and a white. So it's a Dragoon, and Dragoons jump. So Dragoons in the Final Fantasy series, their mechanic is they jump, which means they leave the battlefield, and then usually a turn or a turn and a half later, they smash down from the sky and deal generally like 2x damage to their target. The flavor behind the Dragoons is kind of neat because not only do they fly, yes, okay, so it's one of the OG cards. There you go. We've got OG cards here where that's from Alpha. One blue instant, target creature gains flying until end of turn. Flavorful and magic. That's what Dragoons do. They fly until end of turn. Yeah. So this card is great. It's a 2-mana 2/1 flyer. It's a 1 and a white equipment, job select, +1/0, and during your turn, a creature has flying. So it's a 2-mana 2/1 flyer, 4 mana to equip. Yeah, you can put this on Ash. It's a great aggressive card. When it dies, you can give. Yeah, Jumping Man is where it, for sure. This card seems great. I think you're always going to play it. It's also a pretty good hit of Delivery Moogle. I don't know. I haven't played Final Fantasy 14. It's Garaha Tia. 4 and a white 3/5 reach. I throw back to ancient magic where white got reach creatures. Usually it's just green and red nowadays. But 4 and a white 3/5 reach. Those are great stat lines. That's what is that spider called? The Alagon Eye. Whenever one or more other creatures and or artifacts you control die, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. This card looks amazing. It works on once on your turn, once on your opponent's turn. I don't know how your artifacts are dying, but creatures die all the time. Mammoth Spider, there you go, Mammoth Spider. Yeah, this card's great. That being said, it's worse than Steiner. And it is almost certainly better than Delivery Moogle. I actually think Dragoon's Lance is better than Delivery Moogle. She's actually probably an 8. I think she's worse than, I don't know if it's a he or she. Maybe it looks like a he. Looks like a he. They are likely worse than Steiner. Steiner is better than this. Still pretty good. Magitech Armor. When this creature, it's a 3 and a white 4/4 vehicle. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. Crew 1. This card is really good. If you remember the common, it was like one of the best commons in Ether Drift. It was 4 and a white, 5/4, make a 1/1 flyer. This card seems quite good. It comes with a 1/1. Also, in the past, if you remember Professor of Zoology, which was a 3 and a green 4/3 that came with a 1/1 pest, it was the best common in that format. So, this is from Final Fantasy VI, yeah. So by the way, if you don't know, at the very bottom of the card, it tells you what game it's from. Bottom left of the card. I mean, it's basically just a 3 and a white 4/4, right? Because you can just crew it with the vehicle, with the hero that it comes with. As far as like a 4 mana 4/4 with value, this card seems pretty good. That being said, I think it is worse than Dragoon's Lance. I think it's worse than Grahatia. And it's worse than Steiner. It is likely... It's about the same as Ash. Maybe it's better. Yeah, depending on the situation. It is also an artifact that Ash can hit. Alright, we have Phoenix Down. Alright, here's Phoenix Down, which is a classic Final Fantasy thing. This is from... It's referring to Final Fantasy VI here. It says, one white artifact, 1 and a white exile this artifact, choose one. Return target creature card with mana value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. And exile target skeleton, spirit, or zombie. I don't know how many of those are in the set. I haven't seen any, I think, in white. Have I? So the flavor behind this is, if the enemy isn't undead, you can throw a Phoenix down at them and they die instantly. They either die instantly or go to 1 HP, I think, depending on the game. Okay, there's 3 targets for it in the entire set. Okay, so you're mostly just using it as a return target creature card, mana value 4 or less. Well, I guess Delivery Moogle can go find Phoenix Down. So you can use this. It's like a pretty good hit off Ash, I guess. The problem is a lot of your creatures are like equipments, right? It doesn't look very good. I'm gonna give this a 4. Maybe it's a 3. I think you should almost never play this. It also returns to the battlefield tapped, unlike Recommission. If you remember, Recommission was 1 and a white. Return a creature artifact with mana value 3 less from your graveyard to play with a counter on it, and it's untapped. That's a constructed card. It's played in many constructed decks in Standard. You can recommission Oculus or Steam Core Weird or the Monument to Endurance. Flavorful though. Alright, Restoration Magic. So this is revealing to you the mechanic of cards in this set for each color that are basically kicker, where they show where Cure 1, Cure 2, Cure 3, and you can have, if you just spend the base mana value, then you get the Cure 1. If you pay additional, you get Cure 2 or Cure 3. So here it's 1 white. Target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. Or you can pay additional 1 to have target creature, or target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn, and you gain 3 life. And then if you pay an extra 4 mana, you don't have to pay Cura, you just have to pay its Cure 3's mana cost, which is 3 and a white. Permanents you control gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn, and you gain 6 life. This is a lot worse than Tamio's Safekeeping, which is a card that I never played. I know people love Snakeskin Veil Effects, but this is Tamio's Safekeeping, where it's just like target permanent you control gains hexproof and indestructible, gain 2 life for 1 mana. I probably don't want this. It does say target permanent, so you can save your stuff from, you can just save your white Auracite from a removal spell. And that, I think, that might be one of the better aspects of the card. Your opponent, so basically, you white Auracite your opponent's big card, you attack with your creatures, your opponent instant speed destroys your white Auracite, and you're like, nah, tap my white Auracite, Restoration Magic, give my white Auracite hexproof and indestructible, Yeah, it does. This is more of a counter spell, honestly. This is more of a white counter spell. It's more of like an avoid fade. It's your opponent's going to try to remove your permanent, and you're going to counter it by making it indestructible. I think this is more of a sideboard card. The gain 6 life. That's a lot of life to gain. I don't like protection cards like this, because in sealed you can always just play another big creature, and in draft I'd rather play something like You Are Not Alone or another piece of equipment than this. So I think this is a card I'm just not interested in. Maybe it's a 4 and Phoenix Down as a 3. All right, side quest, catch a fish. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it is an artifact or creature card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you put a card into your hand this way, create a food token and transform this enchantment. And then it is a land that taps for white or 3 mana tap, sacrifice an artifact. Put a counter, +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Activated lanes of sorcery. This looks kind of bad. I mean, the odds of this hitting in a deck with like 13 hits, maybe, is really low. You're looking at 33%. So you're going to take you 3 turns to flip this. And even when it does flip, I'm not impressed. Yeah. And it would be different if it did anything. Like, you know what it would take for this card to be great? If it was Surveil 1 on the upkeep. Or like Scry 1 on the upkeep and then do this. Then this card would be great. You would always play it. Yeah, or off. That's what I'm saying. Like, you would look at the card and you're thinking, okay, why doesn't it do anything on the front side? This does not trigger landfall. Yeah. Landfall is a mechanic in the set for all the birds. It doesn't even trigger landfall because it doesn't exile. Like, the payoff for this card is it's not rampant growth. I would, because it doesn't come in a, like, it's totally unreliable. Like, maybe if there's shuffle effects, you can look at the top card of your deck, not like it, and shuffle it away. So, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of this. Survival Cache. Which was gain 2 life. If you have more life, draw a card, and then it has rebound. Because ideally, that's what this card does, right? It's 3 mana, gain 3 life, draw a card, draw 2 cards. One of them is a land. All right, Snowvilliers. 2 and a white, star 3, vigilance. Snowvilliers' power is equal to the number of creatures you control. Counts himself, so he's a 1/3. This card does not look good. And this is actually, I think, a pretty disappointing card. So far, a lot of the throwbacks, like references to cards, I've enjoyed. I guess it's trying to show that Snow is a leader of people. I would have expected Snow to have some sort of guardian ability. Some sort of, like, tap. The next time a target creature you control would take damage this turn, Snow takes it instead. Or, like, I think of Opal Eye Yojimbo, and I think that would be what Snow does, in my mind. But, yeah, in the previous set, there was Zergo's Vanguard, but Zergo's Vanguard is 2 points bigger than this guy, so. Yeah, like, so Snow, if I recall Final Fantasy 13, I played it a couple times. He is one of the characters that he wants to be the Guardian mode. I forget what the Guardian was. Was it actually just called Guardian? Where he's supposed to be the frontliner, he's supposed to take damage, right? Sentinel, that's what it was, Sentinel. So, like, he was supposed to be the Sentinel of the group. He was supposed to be the tank. And that is not what I'm looking at here. This one is a miss. Flavor-wise and power-wise. I'm sad about this one. Summon Primal Garuda. This creature deals 4 damage to target tapped creature and opponent control. So it's a removal spell. Step 1 is So you basically play it, and it comes into play and deals 4 damage to target tapped creature and opponent controls. And then it has Slipstream, which is second and third part of the saga. Another target creature you can control gains +1 and flying until the turn. 4 mana, sorcery speed. Deal 4 to an attacked creature. I mean, I guess if you're behind, it's pretty good because it's a 3/3 flying blocker for 2 turns. But if you're ahead, this card, you're never going to play Primal Garuda if you're ahead. Are you? I guess it's like a Lava Axe. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can rebuy Primal Garuda with stuff like Ambrosia. This card looks pretty bad. It's a card that may play better than it looks, because if there are other cards in other colors that return enchantments to your hand from your graveyard, for instance, Phoenix Down, right? So Phoenix Down lets you return Garuda, and that's pretty good. Yeah, you can only attack with this one time unless it gets haste. Yeah. Yeah. It does make Phoenix Down good, but ideally you would get 1 attack with Primal Garuda, and then 2 attacks with a creature that normally would not be able to attack by giving it +1 and flying. Does not look good. I think it's better than Snow. Although, weirdly enough, Garuda can never hit Snow. Because Snow has Vigilance. I guess I can block Snow. Snow's a 3/3. I would have thought Snow would at least have 4 toughness. Man, what a miss. I am willing to believe. What if there's a flicker effect in the format? We haven't seen it. But if there is, this card's great. I will reserve judgment on this until I see more cards in the set. I suspect this card is probably not good, though. All right, Zach Fair, 1 white, 0/1. Enters with a +1/+1 counter. 1 mana, sacrifice it. Target creature you control gains indestructible in a turn. Put Zach Fair's counters on that creature and attach an equipment that was attached to Zach Fair to that creature. So, you have Zach Fair, you have a white mage's staff on him. You can pay 1 mana to sacrifice Zach Fair to put a +1/+1 counter and the white mage's staff on your other creature. So one of the problems with this card is, first of all, it's on board. So your opponent's always going to know about it, right? Which could lead to blowouts. Because what will happen is you'll have a Zach Fair, you'll attack with your 2/2 into their 2/2, they'll block, you'll sacrifice Zach Fair, and then maybe they can kill your guy in response, and then you lose, you get 2 for 1, right? So your opponent they're always going to know you have this, but not a big deal if you just make your opponent have it and they don't have it, right? Because Zach Fair can make it so your opponent can't attack you at all. Like, imagine you have a 2/2, your opponent has a 3/3 and a 3/3. Odds are your opponent doesn't want to attack into that, because they attack with both their 3/3s. You block Zach Fair on a 3/3, your 2/2 on their 3/3. You sacrifice Zach Fair, you make your 2/2 to a 3/3 and have it have indestructible, and you get to kill their guy. And it's also a 1-drop that's good later into the game. So I think this card is likely better than it looks. These types of cards always are. But I don't think you're going to play it more than half the time. Your deck is going to want to need it. Yeah, the fact that this Zach requires mana. So like, I've won a lot of money in constructed formats with a card called Selfless Savior. So Selfless Savior was a constructed power level card. I played this in a Winota deck. Top 8 approacher before. But a huge part of the power level of Selfless Savior is it is 0 to use, 0 mana to use. The problem with Zach Fair is it takes a mana to use. So you're not going to have a mana open at all times to activate Zach Fair. You're going to tap out to do something at some point. That makes it harder to utilize. Now, it is really good with white aura sight, as usual. Seems like every white card is good with white aura sight. I'll put it as a 4. In sealed, you don't typically play these types of cards. And in draft, you'd probably rather play a, like, Paladin's Arms than this card. Unless you have some sort of synergy with it, you're probably not going to play it. All right, we got everybody's favorite card. Aerith. Aerith Gainsborough. 2 and a white, 2/2 lifelink. Whenever you gain life, put a counter on Aerith Gainsborough. Whenever this dies, put an X ++1 counters on each legendary legendary creature you control, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on Aerith. This card seems very good. It is likely equal to or better than Steiner, right? Maybe it's worse than Steiner because she starts off as a 2/2. So unless you go White Mage's Staff into Aerith, like that's the dream. Is you go White Mage's Staff, then you cast Aerith, you attack, you gain life, you put a counter on this, right? And then you can, like, even if your creature dies, you can move the staff over to Aerith, attack, 5/5 lifelink. I still think it's worse than Steiner. Because Steiner doesn't really need specific, like, he needs equipment, but that's it. Aerith requires you to have gain life cards, which are harder to come by than just equipment, I think. That being said, maybe Delivery Moogle is a 6. And maybe Crystal's Chosen is a 6, but I think Aerith is probably better than both of those. Yeah, it could be that Steiner is actually just a 9. The actual answer is we are probably underestimating Steiner. So, like, it's possible this guy is just a 9, but I don't like calling cards 9s unless they, like, can pay rent. And Steiner sort of pays rent. Every turn he sticks around, he gains you life. So Steiner is closer to a 9 than an 8. Like 8.5, 8.6, yeah. I think Aerith is worse than that. I think she is worse than, I think she is definitely worse than White Aura Sight, though. So I think a 7 seems reasonable. Dion, Bahamut's Dominant. So this is from 16, and this is kind of flavorful. I like the artwork because Dion and this knight are in a relationship. Dion is a 3 and a white 3/3 that comes into play and makes a 2/2, which I assume is the squire. Yeah, I don't remember if it was a squire or knight. I don't remember what maybe it was adjutant. It was adjutant, right? So it has flying in your turn like all dragoons do. And then you can pay 6 mana to tap exile it, and return it to the battlefield transformed under your control. Activate only as a sorcery. So the baseline for this card is phenomenal. 3 and a white, 3/3 flyer on your turn, make a 2/2. Even if it dies, you got a 2/2 out of it. Fantastic. But then it has this transform ability. All right. Bahamut, Warden of Light. Put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. Those creatures gain flying until end of turn. Wow. Okay, so it comes with a 2/2, right? So, and there's 2 steps of this. So it's gonna make a 4/4 if it wants to. And then step 3 is Giga Flare. Destroy target permanent. Exile this, and then return it to the battlefield front face up. And it's a 5/5 flyer. Note that it exiles itself, which means you'll get another 2/2 on the way back out. This card is very good. I wouldn't say this card can solo a game, but it can come very close. Your opponent is basically required to kill this, because the next turn your opponent can just pay 6 mana to get another go back into Bahamut form. So I don't think it's a 10 yet. The next one is From Father to Son. Now, I never played Final Fantasy 15, but search your library for a vehicle card, reveal it, put it into your hand. If the spell is cast from a graveyard, put that card onto the battlefield instead, then shuffle. This does not seem very good. I mean, the vehicle we've seen so far is what? Magitech armor? This seems like a miss. Maybe it's constructed. I don't know why you would want to search for a vehicle. I guess I can search for Lumbering World Wagon. Yeah, it does say if this spell was cast from a graveyard. There are many Snapcaster Mage or effects in Magic, which are ways to flashback cards from the graveyard, equal to their mana cost, and this only costs 2. So if you had some way to cast this from your graveyard for not its flashback cost, for some other way, then it's 2 mana, put a vehicle from your deck into play. But what vehicle? I mean, what vehicle even does anything? I'm not really interested in this card. All right, Machinist Arsenal, and I haven't played 14, so it's 5 mana. Job select. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 for each artifact you control, and is an artificer in addition to his other type. So it is an artifact, as it comes with an equipment. So it's baseline 3/3. If you have one other artifact, it's a 5 mana 5/5. You would really need 3 other artifacts for me to be super impressed by this card. Well, 2 other artifacts, so 3 artifacts total. Because if you have 3 artifacts total, it's a 5 mana 7/7, and that's kind of busted. And you can pay 4 to give +6/+6. That's kind of busted. That being said, it's probably pretty good. White doesn't normally get 5 mana 5/5. It is lucky, isn't it? It is lucky that White Auracite is an artifact. Isn't it? How lucky is that? Again, I feel like the entirety of White in this format is based on White Auracite. The Galacat, a bunch of 7-drop stuff. I mean, I guess side quest Catch a Fish makes an artifact. Or your maybe side quest Catch a Fish is better than I thought. If you have artifact payoffs like Galacat and Machinist Arsenal. So maybe I'll put it higher. I don't know. I guess side quest Catch a Fish triggers off of artifacts, which White Auracite is an artifact. So anyway, this card is actually probably pretty good. Probably better than Aerith, honestly. Maybe Aerith needs to be a 6. Minwu White Mage from Final Fantasy II. 3 white, white, 3/3, Vigilance lifelink. Whenever you gain life, put a counter on each cleric you control. Another card that is based on White Mage's staff existing. But this also makes it a cleric. So maybe White Mage's staff is actually quite good. Because there seem to be cards that trigger off it. Like Aerith and Minwu. Is Aerith a cleric? She is. This card seems pretty good. So even if you say, imagine you attack or even block. If you block with this, you still get the trigger, if I recall correctly. So, which I think is something that people will probably miss. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Sauerkraut Man. I said it was White Mage's staff. I highlighted earlier. On its own, it's like a 5 mana 3/4. It's not even a 5 mana 3/4. If you have payoffs, it's probably pretty good. If you don't, it's probably not. Like, you wouldn't play this as an aggressive deck. You would need to have some sort of like life gain deck. And if you have a life gain deck, this card's going to be great. But it's not even close to. It's like not even close to as good as Machinist Arsenal. Machinist Arsenal is probably better than I think. This is actually probably an 8. This card's probably not great. Unless you have White Mage's staff and tons of ways to search for it. Probably not going to play it more than half the time. Mughals Valor. For each creature you control, create a 1/2 white Moogle creature token with lifelink. Then creatures you control gain indestructible to end of turn. And this card seems quite good. It makes 1/2s with lifelink. That's such. Imagine a scenario where your opponent has like a pair of 4/4s, and you have like like 4 1/1s, or like a 2/2 and some 1/1s, and you can cast Moogle's Valor and block and just kill all their guys, right? And not only do you kill all their guys, you gain life. I just imagine getting blasted by this card. And then your opponent untaps and casts Auron's Inspiration, attacks you, Auron's Inspiration, you just explode into a puff of dust. This card seems really good. Even if you have... Well, no, you actually have to have a lot of creatures, right? Yeah, I mean, for a board stall situation, it's like a... It's like a Settle the Wreckage, right? I mean, you can use this on offense, too. It's like a Settle the Wreckage. It's like 4 mana, kill all your opponent's cards that attack you. Assuming that you have decided to play the game and play creatures. But it's possible that Muga's Valor is going to play a lot like Restoration Magic. And I don't think this card is very good. Right? The Curaga on Restoration Magic. So that's something to keep in mind in this format, is that there are 2 5-mana cards in the format that just blanket protect all your cards. If you're ahead, it doesn't do a whole lot. It's like you have 3 creatures in play. It's 5 mana, make 3 1/2 flashes, gain 3 life, kill a guy. That's pretty good. Now that I've said it, that sounds pretty good. And then the creatures have lifelink, so you can like move equipment onto the lifelink creatures. That sounds pretty good. But it requires your opponent to attack into 5 of your open mana. Which... Well, the thing is, if your opponent is an aggro deck, how do you have creatures in play? If you had, like, your creatures would have traded with their creatures already. It's either a 10 or a 3, depending on your deck. You're going to need at least 13 or 14 creatures to play this card, right? Creatures slash, you know, equipment that make creatures. Yeah, I mean, when you're behind, this card makes you further behind. And I think a card that when you're behind is non-functional makes me not want to play it. When you're ahead, you don't need it. When you're behind, it won't save you. When it's even, it's at its best when it's an even board state. But I don't know if I want a card that's at its best when it's an even board state. Like, if you're way ahead, I guess it's pretty good if you're way ahead. Like, you have 5 creatures to your opponent's 2. You can just, like, attack. They block 2 of your biggest creatures. You pay 5 mana. You get 5 1/2s. And then you save your 2 creatures that were blocked. So, like, I guess when you're ahead, it's great. And when it's, like, even, it's pretty good when it's even. But when you're behind, it's a stone blank. You have a 2/2. Your opponent's a 2/2. They attack. You don't block. And then they play a 3/2. You attack. They don't block. Is that what's going on? Are neither player blocking? I don't know. I'll put it as a 5. Yeah, maybe Mulga's Valor works with Dragoons. There's not that many Dragoons, though. It's racing. It's called a racing situation when when both players are attacking and neither is blocking. It's like a racing situation, and Mughals Valor, I guess, excels in a racing situation because you attack with 3 creatures. They don't block. They attack with 3 creatures. You can actually just flash in these 3 and just block all 3 of them and gain 3, or like triple block 1 and then probably like lose 2 or 3 life and kill one of their creatures, and you can like swing back and kill them, right? But whenever I play limited, the way I prefer to play is I prefer to have cards in my deck that are really good when they're behind, because when I'm behind, I have to catch back up. If I'm in a even board state or I'm way ahead, I don't need help. I'll figure it out. My cards can take care of themselves. I mostly need cards that can bail me out when I'm losing, and this card does not do it. All right, we got Slitskin. 1 mana, 1/2 lifelink. Target opponent gains control of another target permanent you control. If they do, you draw a card. This is a weird card because you can give them extra lands to draw cards. It is instant speed. So one of the secrets rules in Magic is that when a creature exchanges controllers in combat, that creature is removed from combat. So imagine this. They attack with a 5/5. You block with a 2/2. You give them the 2/2 after you block. That 5/5 is considered blocked, but the 2/2 is not blocking it. The 2/2 is out of combat. So unless that 5/5 had trample, it's not hitting you. And then if you could somehow untap and return that card you gave them to your hand, there'd be something going on there. Yeah, you could. One of the things you can do with Slitskin, Atheist God, thanks, I was going to get into that, is when your sagas are expiring, you can give them to your opponent, put the third trigger on the stack, and in response to that, you give it to your opponent. So you would draw a card, and you would still get full value out of your sagas. What you could also do in Constructed is give away like Demonic Pact, or give away Archfiends, or give them self-destructive, like what is it? Greed's Gambit, is that what it's called? Like 3 to black, make 3 2/1 flyers, gain 6 life, draw 3 cards. Right? You can just give it to your opponent. I imagine this card will have constructed applications. But the thing is, if your opponent has to kill your 1-drop, that's pretty good for you. And plus, the 1-drop probably attacked for a couple points. If you have a bunch of Saga creatures, this card is probably pretty good, because it turns your Sagas into cantrips. And if you're playing a Saga deck, you're probably, like a summon deck, you're probably going to want some early cards that can gain life anyway. And here's another thing you can do. You can give them equipment that is attached to your creature. That equipment is still attached to your creature. Your opponent has to pay mana to move it. And they probably don't want to pay 4 mana to do it. Or imagine this. Your opponent wants to remove your creature with a Terminate. You can just give it to them in response. So, like, in my view, Slitskin is like a really annoying Zach Fair. Oh, yes, yes. If there are, like, the secret sauce is, if they are in the format, would be something like an Oblivion Ring or a Pacifism. Basically, an aura that is on your opponent's cards that, if they have it, doesn't do anything. There is one in the format that I know of, which is Sleep. So this is in the format. You can give your opponent sleep magic, and it doesn't matter. Them having it doesn't make the aura any different. So I think Slitskin is way better than it looks. You don't really want to give them Aura Sight, because Aura Sight taps for mana. If there are cards in the set that enchant your opponent's permanents, it's going to be great. If you have life gain payoffs, it's not a cleric, but if you have life gain payoffs, it's probably great. If you have sagas, you can give them sagas to draw a card. It'll probably be great. And I think summons are a big thing in this format. I think this card is probably playable. I don't know if it's better than White Mage's Staff. It's probably a 5. But maybe a White Mage's Staff is a 6. We have Ultima, which is a pretty awesome spell. I think it started off in Final Fantasy II, right? This card will likely be played in Constructed. And in Limited, it will... I am not a believer in destroy to all creatures effects in Limited. Not a believer. Historically, I think they're pretty bad. And I'll tell you the reason why. The reason why is your opponent gets to play to the board first. Which means next turn, you will be behind. Like, you play Ultima. Your opponent untaps, plays a 5 or a 6 drop. Now, you're under the gun. They have a 5 or a 6 drop in play, or a 3 and a 2 drop. You're under the gun. Another reason why I don't like this is it destroys my White Magicite. Which, I'm not interested in cards that... I am not one of those people that plays pacifisms and edicts in my decks, right? Like, I don't play enchant creatures, can't attack or block, and then target player sacrifices a creature. I don't do that, all right? And I am not going to play Ultima when I've got White Auracite in my deck. Right? That's just not happening. And... you know, one of the ways that you could take advantage of a destroy all creatures effect is with equipment or vehicles, which this destroys. I'm not a believer in this card in Limited. There was a card like this in Ether Drift. It was called Spectacular Pileup. And I thought that card was very bad. Yeah, Spectacular Pileup. This card had cycling. And it says, creatures and vehicles lose indestructible, and then destroy all creatures and vehicles. I thought this card was very bad. 55% win rate, you know, +3. It was like, it's like not very good. And it had cycling. So when it was bad, you could at least get rid of it. However, in Constructed, it kills Corey Steelcutter. But you're going to have people who are believers in rats and those that are not believers in rats. Because the problem with having rats in your deck is if you're an aggro deck, are you really not going to just play creatures every turn of the game? Are you going to play like a 2-drop and then not play a 3 or a 4-drop and play Ultima on turn 5? Is that what you're doing? If you have 2 creatures and your opponent has 3 creatures and you Ultima, that's not a good trade for you. I think the dissonance, I know people love saying anti-synergy. People love saying that. I prefer the word dissonance. The dissonance with White Auracite is pretty freaking bad. You can build your deck around Ultima. You definitely can. Your deck would have to already be pretty good. In addition, I think Ultima, when you get better at the game and you get to a higher level, you will start figuring things out. Like, oh, look. My opponent paused for 5 seconds on 4 mana with 6 cards in hand, and they didn't play anything. What could that mean? Right? And the answer is they probably have an Ultima in their hand. And you're like, okay, well, I'll just untap and won't play anything. And then, are you going to Ultima, like, you know, their 2 and 3 drop on turn 5? I mean, you can, I guess. But you're going to be at 10 life and you're going to be under the gun because they're going to go untap and play 2 cards or play a big creature, right? So, like, I'm not a believer in rats. That being said, it is a powerful card. I'll put it as, it's either like, you know, it's either a 10 or a 3, right? So you can average it and say it's a 6.5. But I would put a caveat and say I don't like it. And I would prefer to not to have it in my deck. Like, there is no way I'm going to have Ultima in my deck if I have 2 White Auracites. Because White Auracite is better than Ultima. All right, we got Vina, Heart of Hidalin. I didn't play 14. Whenever you cast a legendary spell, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. 7 mana tap. Exile target non-land permanent. Transform VNOT. Activate only as a sorcery. Indestructible. At the beginning of your combat in your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature you control. Until your next turn, it gains indestructible. If that creature is legendary, draw a card. Yeah, it does look like it has flying, even though it doesn't. It is a god. This seems pretty awesome. Whenever you cast a legendary spell, draw a card. This triggers only once per turn. 7 mana tap, exile target. Okay. I mean, this card is great. This is like a 9, right? It's a combo with Ultima. Yeah, there's a lot of legendary creatures. At uncommon and rare. This card seems like a 9. You know why? This is another white card that cost 7 mana to use in a format with white Auracite. I'm telling you, the entire color is based on white Auracite. About a third of the cards are legendary. Yeah, this seems pretty strong. It's going to be like a 3 mana 3/3, draw 2 cards, win the game on the backside, right? Like, how are you losing with this part? Worse than Dion. Yeah. If you're saying, is it worse than Dion? Probably worse than Dion. Yeah. It is worse than Dion. I mean, part of it is that Dion costs 6 to activate and not 7. But I think that there's room for both of them to be very, very good. Wind Crystal. White spells cost 1 less to cast. If you would gain life, gain twice that much life instead. 6 mana. Creatures you control gain flying and lifelink until end of turn. So the idea is you and your opponent both have 3 creatures, but you just pay 6 mana every turn and ignore them. You like gain 12 life because you have like 6 power over 3 creatures, and you just attack, gain 12 life, and you just ignore them. If you're behind, it doesn't do anything. If you're ahead, it doesn't do anything. It's only good on even board state, but it looks pretty bad. Yeah. Cards that are not useful when you're ahead or behind. Only good when it's an even board state. I'm not interested. Ishgard, the Holy Sea. I mean, you're just basically always going to play these. It says return up to 2 target artifact and or enchantment cards from your graveyard to your hand. This will probably get played and constructed. I know in Pioneer, there's a mono white deck. This will probably get played as a 1 or a 2 of in that 80 card deck. It does come into play tapped, which really sucks. It is a town. Maybe there's town payoffs. But I think in limited, you're probably just, assuming you have things in your deck, you probably play it. I mean, obviously, if you don't, then don't play it. But I don't know how your artifacts or enchantments are going to the graveyard. Like, your artifacts seem... There's not like there's any carrot cakes in this set. Like, artifacts that sack themselves. I guess there's Phoenix. Phoenix down. But I guess there's, like, Magitech armor. So I guess if you have Magitech armor, you play it. But I think the first 2 tap lands in your deck are mostly free. And I think you should consider not playing the 3rd or 4th one, depending on what your deck is about. So, you know, if you're playing like a red-white aggro deck, you've got like 3 artifacts. Maybe you don't play this if you don't think any of them are going to go to the graveyard. I think in limited, this would probably not be very good. Like, I'm not excited to take this. Like, I don't even know what I would take this over. Right? Like, I wouldn't take it over Battle Menu. I probably wouldn't even take it over Auron's Inspiration. Right? So, I mean, it's probably like a low 4. Yeah, I guess Faith and Grief, the whole goal is you get back Garudas. And maybe the answer is... Maybe that is the answer. You get back Garuda. That's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. Am I wrong on Garuda? It looks really bad to me. But it is really good when you're behind. Cloud Midgar Mercenary. White. When Cloud enters, search your library for an equipment card, reveal it, and put it into your hand, then shuffle. As long as Cloud is equipped, if an ability of Cloud or an equipment attached to it triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. Yikes, that's a lot of words. He would have 2 separate instances of Ward 1 with this. I mean, if you're always going to play this card, it's going to be like a 7 or 6 or a 7. It's 2-1, it's 2 mana 2/1 tutor for something awesome. So, like, I imagine the situation is it's turn 2 Cloud, and he searches for Paladin's Arms, right? So it's gonna be great. Good value card. That being said, it's probably around the same as Aerith. I don't know. And finally, we have Summon Knights of the Round, which is the ultimate summon. So it's a 6 white saga creature, 3/3 indestructible. 1, 2, 3, 4. Make 3 2/2s. Step 5. Other creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. Put an indestructible counter on each of them. This is pretty insane. It's kind of silly to me that Crystal's Chosen cost 1 less mana. This costs 1 less mana and then you got, yeah, all right. I'll put it at a 10. And the reason why I can put it at 10, even though it cost 8 mana, White Auracite. White Auracite makes all these white cards look really freaking good, doesn't it? Normally, getting to 6, 7, 8 mana with white is a pie in the sky stuff. But not with White Auracite. With White Auracite, you get to be the deck. You get to be an aggro deck with 20 mana. You get to play 17 lands and 3 White Auracites. You just get to have 20 mana in your deck. So when you have 20 mana and you get to just play 8 drops. Yeah, I told you, White Auracite. Do you remember Buried in the Garden? Buried in the Garden was a very good uncommon that was multicolor. This is single color. And debatably better because it's an artifact and there's a bunch of artifact payoffs. And it was an uncommon. Like, historically, white has had terrible removal. But now we get to have White Auracite. Now we get to be the bad guys. They can't even disenchant this because it has indestructible. Oh! But they can White Auracite it. Oh, okay, look. How good can a card be if White Auracite just kills it? I mean, at the end of the day. I guess you still get 3 2/2s out of it. Yeah, I guess you still get 3 2/2s. So that is white. As far as constructed, I already went over some of the constructed cards. I mean, Ishgard will probably see some constructed play. Ultima will see some constructed play. I think people will have a lot of fun with Slitskin in constructed. I can imagine Battle Menu maybe playing constructed, because people are playing Destroy Evil right now. I don't know if this is better than Destroy Evil. Probably isn't, because it doesn't kill up the Beanstalk. But I look at Fate of the Sun, Chris, and I think this is bad. But maybe I only think it's bad because White Auracite is so insane. And I think Garuda in Limited, I'm probably wrong on. It's probably a lot better than it looks. I'm going to put this up to a 5. It's probably way better than it looks. Mid excited to play Weapons Vendor. This card might be really good because I look at the equip cost of stuff like Paladin's Arms. I'm like, I don't want to pay 4. Well, one, you have my attention. I'll pay 1. Garuda is good in aggressive decks because they die before it goes away, and good in slow decks because it kills your opponent's aggressive card. I don't know if it like, if you're saying Garuda, you play it as a lava axe in an aggro deck, maybe. It is a 3/3. It jumps like your 2/2. And then before it dies, it jumps another your 2/2 again. So it does like 9 damage. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong on Primal Garuda and it's actually completely insane. Even if your opponent just has 1 creature and you kill it, and you attack them for 3, maybe it's destroy target creature your opponent controls, your opponent loses 3 life. Maybe that's the floor. That card was in the previous set, and it was awful. It was, what was it? Salt Road Skirmish. Kill a tap guy, block next turn. Well, the idea of Calandris is that it doesn't do that, because they just want to attack into it, right? Yeah, this was a summon, ultimate summon of Final Fantasy 7. It did like, I don't know how much damage it dealt. Max damage multiple times. Yeah. So that's going to be white. And take a quick break here, and we'll continue on with blue. All right, welcome. This is blue we're looking at after white. And the first card we've got is a pretty great card here called Flavorful Card, Combat Tutorials. This is Final Fantasy X. Anyways, it's 2 to blue, draw 2 cards. Put a counter on up to 1 target creature you control. Important to note, it is target player and up to 1 target creature. It does that so that if someone kills the creature in response, you still draw 2 cards. If it did not say target player draws 2 cards, and if they kill the creature in response, you would not draw 2 cards, and everybody would hate the card. I'm a huge fan of Divination effects. This is Divination Plus. I want it to be like a 6. I think I'm gonna play I think I'm always gonna play this card. I don't know if I'm gonna play like 3 copies of it. Yeah, pretty good card. Dragoon's Wyvern, 2 blue, 2/1 flyer. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero token. So I'm gonna give you a little blast from the past here. So you know what the best common in a certain format was? Preening Champion. This was the best card in its format. Now, this card is a little bit worse because I think there was Convoke in Preening Champion's format. There's no Convoke in this format that I've seen. So you can't like tap the creatures for like mana. This card is probably quite good. Yeah, these guys never miss. It's probably closer to a 7. 2 creatures is a lot. The flyer can hold equipment. It can trade off and you still get value. This card seems quite good. I'll probably put it as a 7. Well, like what I want to compare it to. I actually don't know if it's better than Galacat. I mean, Galacat is really good against it. It's better than Paladin's Arms. I haven't seen anything that Heroes Matters. I think Heroes Matters is fake. I don't think Heroes matter at all. I'll put it as a 7, but it might be a 6. Missing the second point of toughness is kind of bad. But we'll see. All right, Dreams of Laguna. Instant, surveil 1, then draw a card. Flashback, 3 and a blue. So this is from Final Fantasy VIII. When you're doing, there's a flashback episode with Squall, where you're inhabiting Laguna, and he's talking. I don't remember the woman's name. She is important. But she is, I guess, the piano player singer in the bar, right? And it has, of course, Laguna has the best battle music in the entire game. Yeah, 8 is not a great game. Laguna and Laguna's battle music are some of the high points of the game. I'm a huge fan of Think Twice effects or Deduce. I'm a huge fan of these type things. Yeah, it's called The Man with the Machine Gun. That's the name of the soundtrack for his battle music. It's pretty good. I actually don't remember the name of his 2 allies. I think there's a K involved in one of them. That's all I remember. Kairos and War. There, okay. I knew there was a K involved. There you go. This may have constructed applications. Probably not. The thing is, Moment of Truth is so much better than this. If Moment of Truth wasn't legal, maybe this could get played. But then Deduce is still legal. Like, I think Dreams of Laguna is pretty markedly worse than Combat Tutorial. But if there's a Spells Matters theme, this will be good. If there isn't, then I wouldn't bother. 4 mana is a lot for flashback on this. Ice Flan. 4 blue. When this enters, tap target creature or artifact. Wait. Tap target artifact or creature an opponent controls. Put a stun counter on it. Island cycling. Pretty good offensively. Pretty good defensively. I like it. I like this way better than the Moogle. I put the Moogle at at 5. I think the Cloudbound Moogle is significantly worse than this card. I'm gonna put Cloudbound Moogle at 4, and I'll put Iceland at 5. I think you're always gonna play the first copy of this. Ice Magic. Return target creature to its owner's hand. Pay 2 more. Target creature's owner puts it on their choice at the top or bottom of their library. 6 mana in addition. So it's 8 mana for Blizzaga. Target creature's owner shuffles it into their library. So you're likely just using Blizzara on this. Now, notably, all the hero equipment, it is just 2 mana kill it. Because you're bouncing a token and it just goes away. So this card, you're probably never going to use Blizzaga. 8 mana seems like a lot. Card seems fine. Grip Tide effects, like in the previous set, it was like Riverwalk Technique. It was 3 and a blue. Target non-land permanent. They put it on the top or bottom of their deck, right? And that card was pretty good. Yeah, this card might be better than it looks just because the Blizzard part, killing all the hero equipment, well, it doesn't kill them, obviously, but it kills the token that it comes in on, is probably pretty nice. Flexibility? Yeah, I mean, I guess you can bounce your own summons in response to their third ability. It doesn't hit non-land permanents, so it doesn't hit white Auracite. A 5 or a 6? I'll put it as a 6 for now, and maybe we'll reevaluate it later. Magic Damper. Target creature you control gets ++1 and hexproof in a turn. Untap it. Okay, this is Shore Up reprint. Shore Up is the same text. Shore Up can be a blowout. I'm surprised this isn't just Shell magic. It's weird that it's called Magic Damper. Maybe that's her ability in 13? I don't remember that. So this is Fang. This is a character from 13. Yeah, I mean, Shore Up was okay, but I don't like Snakeskin Veil types effects. So, and this is, I think, worse than Snakeskin Veil. I mean, untapping it is more tricky. I don't know, is Magic Damper better than You're Not Alone? I don't think it is. I think it's worse than this. Key Core, I don't know. Final Fantasy 11, I never played that. It's a beast citizen. It's a key churn. 1 mana tap, draw a card, then discard a card. 7 mana, tap, sacrifice this creature, draw 3 cards. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each town you control. This card seems pretty good. I like it being a 1/4. I suspect you'll have 2 or 3 towns in your deck. Because if you'll look at the bottom left corner, I think it's a 50-50 shot of a land in a pack to be a duel. So for instance, in a draft, in a sealed deck, you'll probably get 3 dual lands, and then there's still the common and uncommon towns and rares. So you'll probably have 3 towns in your deck, 3 or 4 towns in your deck. And so this is a 3 mana 1/4 that can probably, it's like 5 or 6 mana tap it to draw 3, sack it to draw 3 cards. And when it's not doing that, it's looting. It seems reasonable. It's a very dirtly card, but I'm a big fan of cards that pay rent. And this merchant pays rent. It not only pays rent, but it has a cash out and blocks for me. I'm a big fan of 3 mana 1/4s. Retrieve the Esper. So this is referring to Final Fantasy VI. So it's 3 and a blue, create a 3/3 blue robot, warrior, artifact, creature token. That's a lot of words. Then if the spell is cast from a graveyard, put 2 counters on that token. This card seems quite good. What does pay rent mean? It means every turn they're in play, they do something for me. They pay rent. This guy, he pays rent. Every time he's around, he draws a card and discards a card. This card seems pretty good. I mean, 4 mana 3/3 is whatever, but 6 mana 5/5 is not whatever. These are just the type of cards that I really enjoy having in my decks. Yeah, so it's like 10 mana, 5/5 and 3/3, but you're not really paying 10 mana for this, that's fake. Like 4 + 6 is less than 10. You might mill this, you might surveil it with Dreams of Laguna. You can discard it to your merchant and flash it back. I like it. That being said, I probably wouldn't want to have more than one of these in my deck. And it is very vulnerable to ice magic. Oh yeah, it is an artifact for Artifact Matters. I didn't notice that. Good point. So your Artifact Matters stuff for like your Gallicats turn on. Rook Turret. Whenever another artifact you control enters, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. 4 mana 3/3 flying artifact. Sages. Okay, Sages no Ulyss. One in a blue, job select. Enchanted creature or equipped creature gets +1/0 whenever this creature attacks, untap target attacking creature. And it's a cleric? I guess cleric matters. So it's a 2/1 vigilance for 2, which is a weird card to have in blue. Yeah, this seems pretty bad. This is the worst job select equipment I think we've seen. Not much to say about this other than it's pretty mid-minus. Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like Zaya from League of Legends, but I haven't played Final Fantasy 14, so I don't know about it. It can untap another attacking creature, but then you just have a 2/1. I'm not interested. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, and it cannot be blocked this turn. Okay, so now it is revealed what blue is trying to do in this format. So you have like Dreams of Laguna, the flashback is 4. Retrieve the Esper, cost 4. Ice Magic, cost 4 on Blazara. Okay. I mean, this looks pretty good. You cast 1 spell, it's a 2-mana 2/4. That's pretty above rate. Yeah, I mean, Retrieve the Esper can trigger this thing twice. I'm kind of picking up what this guy's putting down. Yeah, they learn from it's not up the beanstalk. It doesn't look at mana value. It looks at mana spent. He's actually a pretty good blocker, right? Because if you play it on turn 2 and then you just like you dirtle around on turn 3 and then turn 4 you play like Retrieve the Esper, you get a 2/4 and a 3/3. That's a pretty good defensive line. Soon you'll have a 3/5. It'll be a 2-mana 3/5 later on. Oh, you're right. You know what Sawkin works with? White Auracite. Yeah, it doesn't really work that well in the combat tutorial. I mean, it works as well as any 2-drop would. I think I like it. Scorpion Sentinel. As long as you control 7 or more lands, this creature gets +3/0. 2-mana 1/4. I mean, this is probably a green-blue card, and if you're not playing green-blue, don't even look at it. I mean, I guess 1/4 is a decent blocker, maybe? Yeah, it's an artifact. It doesn't combo that well with White Auracite. I'm not a fan of this. I mean, maybe if we look at green-blue, and if we look at green-blue and we see there's a bunch of lands, then maybe. Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum. From Final Fantasy X, 2 and a blue, flash, enchant artifact or creature. When this aura enters, tap enchanted permanent. Enchanted permanent does not untap until... Okay. And it can't use activated abilities. Okay. So it's just a 2 and a blue removal spell. It can enchant equipment. So your opponent can't equip it. Now, if the equipment is on something, it stays on it. It doesn't unattach it. No, it's not just a sleep effect, because it also comes into play and taps it, and it can't use activated abilities, and it has flash. Yes, you are correct. So Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum is best friends with Slitskin. Because you can just give them the enchantment, and them having it doesn't matter. And it can work with Ishgard. If they somehow sacrifice it or it dies, you can return it. It seems fine. It's not nearly as good as White Auracite. And it's not that great against the hero equipment. And White Auracite can remove this. Another card that loses to White Auracite, just like every other card in the format. Probably fine. It's either a 5 or a 6. I'll put it as a 6. You don't really want to have too many of these in the format. Because if there's edicts, you don't want to... These cards get a lot worse if there's edicts. Syncopate from Final Fantasy X, that's Seymour. Counter target spell unless its controller pays X. If that spell... Oh, so this is a reprint. If that spell is countered in this way, exile it instead. X in a blue. So if you pay 3 mana, they have to pay 2 or it's countered. It's X, so You're a Sahagin. If you can overpay if you're a Syncopate, and then this triggers on your opponent's turn. That could be kind of nice. This is probably better than it looks, so it triggers your blue cards that have mana cost matters. You'll probably always play the first one you have. I'm not sure about the second one, but you'll probably always play the first. I know Dispelling Exhale, which was 1 in a blue, counter-attack spell unless they pay 2, which is in Tarkir. That's like one of the best blue commons. But I think that this is significantly worse than that card. Yeah, I think it's like generally a playable. It's either a 5 or a 6. I don't think if you have 3 of them, I don't think you'll play 3. You'll play the first, you might play the second, but you probably will not play the third. All right, that's for commons. Next we got Cargo Ship. 1 in a blue, Flying Vigilance. This is from Final Fantasy IX. This is the Cargo Ship. Vehicle, 1 in a blue. Yeah, just before Black Waltz 3, yeah. 2/3 Flying Vigilance. You can tap it to add a mana, spend this mana only to cast an artifact spell or activate an ability of an artifact sourced. So it's like a mana rock, right? It's supposed to be like a Mind Stone, and it can cast your Rook Turret. It's pretty good with Rook Turret, I guess. It doesn't cast Retrieve the Esper, despite Retrieve the Esper being an artifact token, the card that makes it as a sorcery. And I guess you can use this to activate equip abilities. Oh! It can cast White Auracite on turn 3? It can cast all the job select cards. Blue generally has a card like this in every set, and they're all pretty mediocre. Flying and Vigilance is nice. But who is crewing this? Yeah, like, Oaken Siren was completely insane. So let me bring up Oaken Siren for you. So Oaken Siren was in Ixalan, and Oaken Siren was this card. Now, this card was completely insane because it was a pirate, and there was a bunch of artifacts matters, and it was an aggressive format. And Cogwork Champion is in the set, which is a 1 blue artifact with flash that made a good creature -1, gave a creature -2/0 when it entered play. And so this could tap to cast it. And there was a bunch of artifacts matters in the set and a bunch of pirate matters in the set. So this card was Oaken Siren was busted. I played like 3 or 4 of those in any deck I could. This is not. This is a lot worse. This is like probably not even half as good as Oaken Siren. It is an uncommon though. I just don't know who's crewing this other than Dragoon's Wyvern Hero Token. Who is crewing this? I have no idea. Like, you wouldn't be tapping... You're not tapping like a 5/4 to crew it, right? You're not crewing it with the Merchant. So, like, what are you even doing? It can't even block Galakat. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I said outside of the hero from Dragoon's Wyvern, I don't know who's crewing this. I'll put it as a 5. I guess your delivery Moogle can find Cargo Ship, and that's pretty nice. Eject. So this is Final Fantasy VII, that's Aerith. This spell cannot be countered. Now, why that's relevant in this format, it's not for Constructed. It's relevant because it bypasses Ward. So Ward, Paladin's Arms. This has Ward 1. It bypasses that Ward. Yeah, I mean, there's Syncopate, but who cares? Return token not land permanent to its owner's hand, draw a card. This is not Repulse, because it does say target not land permanent. So White Magicite hate. Right? White Auracite, I should say. White Auracite. Good against that. And it's good against hero job select equipment, because it basically kills it, because it's a token creature. You can bounce your own equipment to replay it. Now, a card that has historically been very good in Limited, Into the Royal. So Into the Royal has historically, it's been printed many times, and it's always really good. Now, obviously, Into the Royal can be played for 2 mana and not 4. Yeah, you can bounce your own sagas after step 3. But when it comes into the Royal, I mean, what percentage of the time are you actually paying 2 on Into the Royal? Less than half, right? I'm going to put this as a 6. I think you will always play the first copy of this. I don't know about the second and third, but I think you'll always play the first copy. And I think to me that makes it a 6. Ether. So this is a classic Final Fantasy item to restore MP. 3 and a blue. Tap, exile this artifact, add blue. When you next cast an instant restore spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. So what's interesting with this is that it does cost 4. So it does trigger your Sahagins or whatever else you have. What are you copying? Like, what is the thing that you're doing with this? It is pretty good with ice magic. Because it can maybe be the 8th mana. So you can Blizzaga 2 things. That's probably what it's there for. To give you an extra mana to be able to get to step 8. To get to the Aga version of any of these spells. Oh yeah, copying Crystals Chosen. That is kind of sick. It's a good topic. It's a good one to bring up. Copying this is pretty busted. So you'll get 4 3/3s and 4 2/2s. So essentially Ether would be 4 3/3s. With that's a pretty good combo. I think if you have both of them, you probably do that. And that's assuming you have no other creatures. I guess you can. It can also be a 4 mana. You can also flashback retrieve the Esper, and you'll get. Oh, I guess you won't get a 5/5 if you do that, huh? Because the copy won't be cast from a graveyard. At least I don't think so. So you'd only get a 5/5 and a 3/3 with this. I think if you don't have Crystals Chosen so far, I would not play it. I guess copying Fate of the Suncrest is like maybe okay. Probably not good. Because instead of playing a card that does nothing on its own, you can just play a 4 mana card that does something. And then play another 4 mana card that does something. And you've ended up with 2 4 mana cards that do something. As opposed to a situation where, what if you draw Ether and nothing to do with it? Then you just have a blank, right? Ild Meg Pixie. 2 mana 2/1 flyer. When this creature attacks, surveil 1. So I think this guy was called Nightveil Sprite. Nightveil Sprite was pretty good. So this card is probably better. I think a 2/1 is a lot better than a 1/2. That being said, it doesn't trade well with this card. But I still think it's a 6. Well, I have a soft spot in my heart for Welcome Turns. Welcome Turn is a 2 mana 2/1 flyer, if you're wondering. Alright. The Prima Vista. So this is the theater ship that from the intro to Final Fantasy IX. And it is a 4 and a blue 5/3 flyer. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, Prima Vista becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. Crew 2. This card seems pretty bad. Which is really disappointing because I don't really know what that has to do with the Prima Vista. Like, here's the thing. Imagine if it was just a 4 and a blue 5/3 flyer. Would that even be very good? Because there have been cards like 5 mana 4/4 flyers that are just like whatever, right? And this guy is worse than that. So yeah, I mean, there have been rares in the past that are like 3 mana 4/4 flyers with crew 1 with abilities, right? Yeah, I mean, I guess it is a non-creature spell that costs 5 mana, so it triggers your stuff that matters. This is... I'm not impressed. It doesn't dodge very much removal because, from what we've seen, We got white Magicite. Or white Auracite. I'm gonna keep on calling Magicite from Final Fantasy VI, but whatever. So yeah, it just hits it. I mean, dealing 3 damage to it with Slasher Light's easy. I mean, doesn't seem to dodge anything. I'm not impressed. At 4 mana, I be buying what this guy's selling. 5 mana? So here's the thing. Vehicles need to be significantly bigger than creatures would be at that mana cost, because you have to crew it. So it's like you're losing 2 power to crew this. So it's like a 3/3 flyer, because you could just attack with your 2 power guy anyway. Now, obviously, you can crew this by casting a spell with a mana value 4 or more. Sure. 5 damage flying is a lot of flying. I will admit that. That's a lot. It's a lot of damage. But isn't it significantly worse than Rook Turret? Right? I think Rook Turret is a fine magic card. But isn't Prima Vista much worse than this? I think it is. Quistis Trep. Treepy? Final Fantasy VIII, this is your instructor. She uses a whip. She has laser eyes. Tuna blue, 2/2, blue magic. Whenever Quistis Trep enters, you may cast target instant or sorcery card from a graveyard. And mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. That spell we put into a graveyard exile instead. Now, something to take note of, it's not Snapcaster Mage. It doesn't have flash. It says any graveyard. So you can target your opponent's cards in the graveyards. And, of note, this would be a way to cast From Father to Son from the graveyard. So if you wanted to do that. Or if you wanted to cast Retrieve the Esper, but I guess 3+4 is more than 6, so you wouldn't even do that anyways, unless it was your opponent's card. It's like it's like Graveyard Hate, because if you flashback your opponent's Retrieve the Esper, that's pretty sick. Because not only do you take a 5/5 from them, you also get a 5/5. So there's probably, or like it flashes back this for 1 fewer, but I mean, or 2, but 3+2 is more than 4, so it doesn't really help. I mean, if your opponent has in the graveyard, I guess it's good. I don't know. Not a huge fan of this thing, because this essentially costs 7 mana. Maybe even 8. Because if you want to flashback your opponent's like Fate of the Suncrest, it takes 6 mana. 6 or 8 mana. I guess it's probably best if at taking your opponent's or taking a Slash of Light. Yeah, I mean, I don't see a white Auracite in blue, so I don't know how you're casting it. Not terribly impressed by it. I think it's significantly worse than Archaeomancer. I think it's actually probably worse than Ether at hitting your own stuff. Create a token. Is this from, so Rum sketching. Rum is a character from Final Fantasy VI. She is Strago's granddaughter and I think Shadow's daughter. Spoilers. And she draws things that are very lifelike. So she can sketch in fights, and so that's what this is about. Create a token that's a copy of target artifact, creature, or land. It can be your stuff or their stuff. You can copy a white Auracite. Either yours or your opponent's. That's pretty freaking good, actually, now that you say that. It is an instant or sorcery to copy with Ether. Yeah. I mean, you can get it back with Quistis. I'm not a huge fan of clones. Like Naga Fleshcrafter, the previous in the current format, I don't like that card very much. But it is really good against Arisites. Like when your opponent white Arisites your thing, you white Arisite their white Arisite. Blue can be hefty for sure. I think it being so good against white Arisite. But here's the problem. I think a lot of the best cards in the format are transform cards. Like, like Dion or Ishgard or not Ishgard, Vina. Or like Vina. And so it doesn't work with those. So I'll probably put it as a 6, and I think I'll put it as a 6 because white Arset exists. So hey, to be clear, it does work with some transform cards. You're right. They changed the rules. They changed the rules not too long ago that token can transform. So it actually does work with this. It does work with this. So you'll get this part. So if you copy your opponent's V0, you can transform it. But it doesn't work with the dominance, yeah. Because the dominance exile, and if a token leaves play, it goes away forever. Side quest, card collection. When this enchantment enters, draw 3, discard 2. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 8 or more cards in your graveyard, transform this enchantment. Final Fantasy 14. I thought I was referencing Final Fantasy 9, but apparently not. I thought I was referencing the Trino card tourney at the beginning of Disc 3. But apparently it's not. Magic card. 4/4 flying, crew 1. Well, let's think about the baseline of this card. If it was just a 4-mana 4/4 flying, crew 1, draw 3, discard 2, it'd be pretty good. That being said, I think it's worse than Rook Turret. This card does not seem particularly good. 8 or more cards in your graveyard is a lot. And 4 mana, draw through, discard 2 at sorcery speed. Not really interested. 8 cards is so many. Alright, Sleep Magic. Enchant creature, when this aura enters, tap enchanted creature. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. When enchanted creature is dealt damage, sacrifice this aura. So there's 2 obvious comparisons here. It was ice something. What is... Not ice magic. It was like 1 in a blue aura that doesn't untap and it was dealt damage, sacrifice it. Yeah, Ice Gauge, good call. Ice Gauge. So basically Ice Cage. And another comparison is Unable to Scream. It might be better than Unable to, like, Unable to Scream is actually played and constructed. It might be better than Unable to Scream because they don't get a blocker out of it. And if you enchant your opponent's, like, Heartfire Hero, then it can't attack you when it has counters on it, right? Not as good when enchanting Screaming Nemesis, but there aren't that many reasons to shock your own creature in the format. No. This card just seems like it just kills a creature for 1 mana, right? I don't know how a creature is being dealt damage outside of combat. So, I guess a fight spell is the answer. Yeah, maybe the answer, like, this is probably terminate unless your opponent is playing green. If there are fight spells, I mean, sometimes they don't even have fight spells in the format. This seems pretty good. It's probably a 6. 6 or a 7. Maybe it's a 7. I mean, 1 mana kill target creature is pretty strong, so. Stolen Uniform. This is from Final Fantasy VI, where Locke infiltrates the city to figure out, to see what's going on, and on his way out, he rescues Celis. You have to beat up a merchant and take his clothes. Then you have to beat up a soldier and take his clothes. 1 blue instant. Choose target creature you control and target equipment. Gain control of that equipment until end of turn. Attach it to the chosen creature. When you lose control of that equipment this turn, if it's attached to a creature you control, unattach it. Okay. A lot of words on it. But basically, the ideal scenario is you attack with 2 creatures. Your opponent has this on one of their cards and blocks with 2 creatures. And then you take their Paladin's Arms, you put it on your card, so you win that fight, and then you win the other fight. And for 1 mana, right? That is the dream. That's kind of a convoluted scenario. I guess another good card to take with this would be Machinist Arsenal. Like taking this and equipping it onto your flyer and killing them. I can imagine that happening. That being said, it's probably not a card you want to main deck. Summon Shiva. Tap target creature an opponent controls. Put a stun counter on it. Diamond Dust. Draw a card for each tapped creature your opponents control. That seems like a pretty good catch-up card. It's a 5 mana 4/5. Good blocker. And the idea is that you tap their biggest guy, you have a 4/5, it's hard for them to attack you. You can tap another card next turn. And if they continue to attack you, you'll draw a bunch of cards. But here's the problem. Imagine your opponent has 3 4/4s. You play Summon Shiva, you tap 1. The next turn, they don't attack you. They remove a stun counter, don't attack you. On your next turn, you stun something. So you tap something. They untap. They still have 2 untapped creatures. They remove a stun counter. They say they pass the turn again. You untap, you draw 1 card. That's pretty bad. I guess if your opponent is killing you with like a 2-power flyer and some ground guys, you can like tap the flyer and then next turn tap the ground guy, and if they attack you with the flyer, you draw 2 cards. The thing is, if you're ahead with this, I guess if you're like between even and ahead, you're trying to get ahead. You tap a blocker, attack. They play another blocker, you tap it, you attack. So I guess that's what the scenario is for. It's when it's like an almost even board state. Because if you're ahead, it's just nothing. It's 4 damage. And if you're behind, maybe it does something, maybe it doesn't. I guess it probably does something when you're behind. It doesn't solve the problems, right? And that's sort of the problem. Like, if you're behind, sure, it buys you time. But at the end of the day, you're still going to be behind. You're going to draw 2 cards after you bought some time, and then what? What would really impress me is if it was Diamond Dust. Deal 2 damage, like draw a card for each tapped creature and then deal 2 damage to them. Then I'd be picking up what this Shiva's putting down. Be like, okay, this is a busted card. Always play this. Right. But that's not what this is. I guess it does work really well with claustrophobias. You're right. Like, for instance, if you have sleep magics, and if you have stuck in Summoner's Sanctums, then Shiva will draw a card for every one of those you've played. And so if you have like 2 Summoner's Sanctums and 2 sleep magics, Shiva is probably going to be great. But if you don't have all that, it's probably not a playable card. Yeah, I mean, Iceland does stun. Okay, Swallowed by Leviathan. Choose target spell, surveil 2, and then counter the chosen spell unless its controller pays 1 for each card in your graveyard. I mean, this is essentially counterspell, right? It's just cancel, but better. Surveil 2 cancel, which is going to be Sinister Sabotage. And Sinister Sabotage was pretty decent, even at double blue. A 2 and a blue, counter target spell unless you pay 1 for every card in your graveyard. Cycling 2. I mean, obviously cycling on a card makes it pretty awesome. Yeah, sometimes you have to bin a card to be good, but on the plus side, you might bin your Retrieve the Esper, or you might bin your Dreams of Laguna. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if this card is just way better than Syncopate, but standard playable? This is probably... This might be good in Omniscience and Standard. Because it already plays Afara's Dispersal, which is like... Maybe it's okay in that. Maybe it's not. But Countervailing Winds, thank you. It was Countervailing Wing. There we go. Countervailing Winds. Counter target spell instance Chrono pays 1 for each card in your graveyard, cycling 2. I played this card. This was Omninkit. Hour of Devastation, yeah. This card was okay. I think this card's way better. I like this card more than Syncopate. Thief's Knife. 2 and a blue, job select. A crit creature gets +1/+1, has whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, and is a rogue. Snowbally card. These cards always play way better. Like, you're gonna be playing best of 1. You're gonna go 2-drop, 3-drop, 4. You get 2-drop, 3-drop. This is Thief's Knife. You're 3-drop. You're gonna go 4-drop, bounce their guy, play a 2-drop, attack, draw a card. You're gonna untap, kill their guy, attack, draw another card. And you're like, this is the best card ever. And then there's gonna be games where you're on the draw and you play this guy as a 3-mana 2/2 no text because you can't attack them. 4 mana is a lot to equip. Stealer of Secrets, I think is the name of this card. Yeah, Stealer of Secrets. Which was, yeah. 2 and a blue, deal common damage to a player, draw a card. This card was pretty bad. This card is likely better. I don't know how much better. It being in equipment certainly helps. It's not really good with Flyers and Merfolk because paying 7 mana to play this and then equip it is so much for people who don't have Aura Sights. Like, I think I'd rather just cast a combat tutorial than play Thief's Knife. The Ikoria Otter was a bomb. That was different. It's a different format, but there was also like an Aura format, right? It's better than Cargo Ship, probably. So maybe I put it as a 6, but I'm not impressed. Travel the Overworld. Affinity for towns. Draw 4 cards. I think having 1 town is reasonable in most decks. So 6 mana, draw 4. It's gonna feel good to cast. I don't think it's better than this guy. Because if I have towns, this will cost like 5 mana to activate, right? Maybe 5 mana draw 4 if you have 2 towns. Yeah, travel the overworld. Here's the problem, though. I think a lot of the towns come into play tapped. So this is essentially going to cost 7 mana. Because you're paying it because your towns are coming into play tapped. Maybe you're paying it on a turn that you have an extra mana lying around. But I'm gonna expect. Yeah, I do think the merchant is better because the merchant pays rent and is an instant, whereas that's a sorcery. These types of cards, like, I don't think if you have 2 of these, how many towns you need to play? Like 5? Because this costing 7 is inexcusable. You can't be paying 7 for this. It needs to cost 5. Which means you need to play 5 towns in your deck. Like, if they were both in the pack, I would just take this. So, I don't know. I'll put this as a 5. 7 mana is just so much. I mean, I'm sure you're going to have screenshots of people of it costing 2 mana. They're like, this is the best card in the format. But I think a vast majority of your decks are going to have like 2 or 3 towns, and it's going to cost 6 or 7 mana, and it's not going to be great. Like, for instance, I would rather have a Retrieve the Esper than this, I think, in a lot of decks. Like, I'd rather have a 3/3 and a 5/5 than deal with this card. No, it won't trigger. If it costs only 2 mana, your Saha again won't turn on, which is pretty funny. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it. By the way, this is Ultros, who is an octopus in Final Fantasy VI. He's the comic relief. He's a pretty funny character, pretty funny design. He attacks during the opera, which I guess this is where this is from. He attacks you when you're on the raft. And he attacks you when you're on the airship, when you're going halfway through the game. And then he also attacks you on the way up to Summoner's Mountain, and then Realm sketches him. And then you also fight him in the arena. Anyways, he's a pretty cool guy. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 8 mana was spent to cast it, put 8 +1/+1 counters on it. I think this card is actually... How do I get -1 town to travel the overworld with Ultros? Because imagine you have Ice Magic. If you have Ultros in play, you can cast Ice Magic on your opponent's turn for Blizzara. And so you get to get rid of a creature and then tap another creature and stun it. Which means it's gone for this turn and the next turn. That's pretty good. Or if you have like Eject, you can eject and then eject one thing, tap another thing. And the thing to keep in mind with stun counters is that sorcery speeds that stun counters are not particularly good. For instance, Aerith Rescue Mission. This stuns as a sorcery, which means it's only iced for 1 turn. When it's an instant, they're iced for 2 turns, even though they're only getting 1 ice counter. Because their untapped step has already occurred, so it's tapped for additional turn. So instant speed stun is way, way, way better than sorcery speed stun. And if you play an 8-drop, then he becomes a 10/9 that also taps something, which will likely kill your opponent, right? Also good with White Auracite. I think Ultros is good. That being said, where is he? Is he better than Sahagin? Is he better than Sahagin? Probably. Is it better than Rook Turret? Probably not. Which I think means Sogging is a 5 and Ultros is a 6. You think it's a 7? I think it's a 6. It might be a 7. I'd have to play the format to see like how frequently you're going to have 4-mana cards in your deck. I suspect you wouldn't have more than 6 4-mana cards in your deck. Which means this will trigger twice a game. Which is good. It's like better than Shiva, I think. Yeah, I mean, a 2-mana 2/1 is also just a good thing, but it's hard for this to attack or block because of the hero select tokens. Yeah, I know, non-creature 4 mana. I suspect you won't have more than 6 cards in your deck. Between stuff like Ice Magic and White Arisites, I suspect you won't have that many. I mean, yeah, I mean, you can play Syncopate. And Syncopate is pretty good with them. Maybe that makes Syncopate better. All right, we have Valkyrie Aerial Unit. This is from Final Fantasy 7. Affinity for artifacts, 7-mana 5/4 flyer. When this creature enters, surveil 2. Now, see, like, look. This puts Prima Vista to shame. Right? Because this is also an uncommon. But it's probably going to be a 5-mana 5/4 flyer surveil 2. This guy does none of that. Yeah, I mean this guy is like better than Ultras. This guy is like a 7 or an 8. I don't think it's much to ask for to have 2 artifacts in play. To make this a 5-mana 5/4. So great card. Astrologian's Planisphere. Job select. Equip creature is in a wizard in addition to other types, and as whenever you cast a non-creature spell, and whenever you draw your 3rd card each turn, put a counter on this creature. It seems pretty busted. You can go Astrologian's Planisphere, and then you play Combat Tutorial, put 3 counters on it. That being said, it is worse than Corey Steelcutter by quite a lot. I think this card's probably pretty good. It is a 2-mana 1/1 though. I think ideally it's a 2-mana 3/3 on the following turn, right? Probably not though. It's probably a 2-mana. You probably get 3 or 4 counters out of this if you play it on turn 2. It's a pretty bad top deck. It's got a pretty low floor, yeah. It's not include. I think it's not inclusive. Like, you don't have to do both. The equip cost is low, but why does that matter? I don't think you have to do both. If you have to do both, the card is basically unplayable. I'm assuming that you don't have to do both because it's a rare. You're not going to be able to cast more than 3 spells after this, and you may not want to cast the 3 spells at times that are opportune for the +1/+1 counter to be on there. Like, if you have a counter spell, you want to cast it on your opponent's turn. It does make your Retrieve the Esper look a lot better. Yeah, Combat Tutorial does put 3 counters on it. Is it better than Thieves' Knife? I'm not sure it's better than Thieves' Knife. And I don't think Thieves' Knife is very good. You think it's better than Thieves' Knife? I don't know. I'm not interested, I think. I'll put it as a 5. I'm not really interested in it. It either does everything or nothing. And it's like terrible when you're behind. It's decent when you're ahead. It's not a good top deck, but it's decent when you have the nut draw. It's okay on an even board state. Yeah, I mean, you can cast Travel the World, put 2 counters on it. I guess. You know what it reminds me of? This thing was, what set was that? War of the Spark. Smoke Water Warrior was pretty freaking good. It was only +1, but yeah, I mean, that card, this equipment is way better than Spellgrudger Weight, I think. Even though Spellgrudger Weight is a 3/3 or a 2/2 that after one spell is a 3/3. This one's only a 2/2. All right, maybe it's better than that. All right, maybe it's good. Maybe Thief's Knife just sucks. No, it doesn't become a 5/5 or combat training, right? It becomes only a 3/3 or a 4/4, I should say. All right, King of Fadaro. So this is from Final Fantasy VI. And the plot behind this fellow is him and his brother for neither one of them wanted to be king. And so Edgar said, why don't we solve it with a coin flip? But his coin had 2 heads on it. So that's the 2-headed coin thing. Anyways, 4 blue, 4/5. Draw a card for each artifact you control. The first time you flip one or more coins of this turn, those coins come up heads and you win those flips. Okay, I don't think coin flipping matters in this set. I don't think we've seen one yet. So it's just 4 mana, or 4 blue, 4/5. Draw a card for each artifact you control. So that'll be a 6 mana, 4/5 draw 2. But wait a minute. Why is every card in the set based on white Auracite? This guy is probably 6 mana, 4/5 draw 2. When it comes to counting artifacts in play, I think you can count on having 2. I think more than that is probably uncommon. But I think a 6 mana 4/5 draw 2 is a pretty good deal. Because historically, there have been cards like Phyrexian Gargantuan, which was 4 black, draw 2, lose 2. And those cards have been pretty good. I think this card's better than that. Like, I think Edgar is better than Travel the Overworld. Do you agree with me on this? I think it's like a lot better than this. I think having a 4/5, like, I think a 4/5, a 0 mana 4/5 is worth 2 cards, right? So if they're both going to cost 6 mana, I would rather have a 4/5 and 2 cards than 4 cards. So yeah, let's put it at a 7. I don't think it's MCL to have 4 artifacts in play with this. So if you're blue-white, if you've got like 2 white Auracites, GG, right? I mean, it's as simple as you go turn 3 job select, turn 4 white Auracite, turn 5 Edgar. How you lose? You don't. Okay, so this is from Final Fantasy 16. This is Jill. Shiva's dominant. When Jill enters, return up to one other target non-land permanent to his owner's hand. Okay, that's a really good effect. Mana War. It's a classic. 3 blue, exile Jill, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control, activate only as a sorcery. Mesmerize. Target creature cannot be blocked this turn. Now, remind you that she has summoning sickness when she does this, so she's not the one attacking. And then Cold Snap on step 3. Tap all lands your opponents control. Exile Shiva, then return it to the battlefield front face up, which allows you to, again, bounce on one other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. There's a lot. This is very tempo-y, because remember in this format, a lot of people's creatures are job select tokens. So this is just 2 and a blue, enter the battlefield, kill something. And then 5 mana, eventually do it again. The tap all lands thing is kind of weird. I mean, it's good. It's good enough, but yeah, you can bounce one of your own job select cards to get another job select if you wanted. I mean, this card just seems like a great value card. It's not going to win the game on its own, right? It's nothing close to like Dion or Knights of the Round, right? It does, like, it dirtles around. It buys a ton of time. This card is just like good middling value. It's definitely a good card. Is it better than Edgar? Is it better than Valkyrie Aerial Unit? Is it better than Ultros? Because you have to understand, there's a lot of creatures that your opponents have that you don't want to bounce, right? I don't know. The Mana War has a pretty high floor. So if we just evaluate it as a Mana War, it would probably be a 7. You think she's as good as Ultros? I think she might be better than Ultros. They're close. I agree that they're close. I'll put her above Ultros. All right. This is from 14. I don't know who this fellow is. Louis Ox? Louis-O? I don't know. Somebody's Sacrifice. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a legendary creature or pay 2. Louis Swa. Okay, Louis Swa. Counter target activated ability, triggered ability, or non-creature spell. This is a sideboard card. As far as constructed goes, I have no idea. I don't imagine I would want to play this in constructed. I think there have been too many two cost stifles. Like, what legendary creature do I have in play that I'm sacrificing to this? Oh, Zalzik, you're saying that you want to use Jill with Slitskin? I mean, Slitskin I like a lot. So, yeah, I don't know what the joke is with this card. Maybe somebody in chat knows. I don't. Lunar Whale. So this is from Final Fantasy IV, where you need to go to the moon. And so the Mysidians, we all get together at the top of Mysidian Tower. Well, I mean, it's just Mysidia, the village. I guess, I don't know. There's a tower in the village, right? And everybody prays on the top of this tower. And then a spaceship emerges from the ocean. And you get onto the Lunar Whale to go to the moon. Lunar Whale. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. As long as Lunar Whale attacked this turn, you may play the top card of your library. Flying. 4 mana 3/5. This card seems extremely unbeatable. So I don't know if you remember Belligerent. I don't know if you remember the Belligerent. So whenever the Belligerent attacks, create a dredge token until end of turn, you may look at the top card of your library at any time, and you may play lands and cast spells from the top of your library. This card was really good. And this card is way better. So Crew 1 is crazy. And flying. At least with the Belligerent, your opponent could block it. Your opponent can't even block this. This seems like a 9. Either a 9 or an 8. Maybe it's an 8. It's a future sight. Not as good as Dion. Okay. You're not wrong. Is it an 8 then? I'll call it an 8. Am I taking it over White Auracite? Probably. Future Sight would be a 9. Yeah, I mean, that's what this guy is, though, right? I think it's a low 9. I mean, maybe it... Should Dion be a 10? I mean... It's a high 8, low 9. You think Dion's a 10? No, the thing is, Dion, I think, is worse than Knights of the Round, isn't he? Maybe Dion is better than Knights of the Round. Let's call it a 9. He does everything. He is expensive, though, and your opponent can't just bolt it or suplex him, right? I guess your opponent can just suplex this, but... Matoya, Archon Elder. So... I thought this was Final Fantasy 1. Apparently this is Final Fantasy 14? Whenever you scry or surveil, draw a card. 2 in a blue, 1/4. I mean, I guess there's Laguna. Oh, and it's a reference? Okay. Yeah, this is probably just a constructed card. I'm not sure what the deal is with this card, but I haven't really seen any scrying and surveilling. I mean, I guess there's Valkyrie aerial unit. By the way, somebody said earlier that it triggers Ultras. I mean, you can say that for every card, right? We could just like blanket say it now. Lunar Whale triggers Ultras. Everything that costs 4 or more triggers Ultras. We can just blanket say that now. Yeah, she has like magical brooms that talked backwards. Yeah. Yeah, I would suspect this card is like pretty mid minus. I don't know. 3 mana 1/4 is good stats, but I don't imagine that Matoya is better than this guy at common, right? Oh, you're right. You're right. I guess you can have, if you have like 2 pixies, I would do it. You're right. It's a combo with the pixie. I didn't think about that. Maybe it's just like, it's a binary on Matoya. If you have pixie, play it. If you don't bother. Okay, so this is Final Fantasy VIII. If you haven't played Final Fantasy VIII, don't. It's not a particularly good game. It's actually kind of bad. Reveal the top 5 cards in your library, put one of them into your hand, then choose an opponent. They put one of them on the bottom of your library, and then you put one into your hand, and then they put one at the bottom of your library, and put the other into your hand. Okay, so it's a 4 mana draw 3, but you get to choose the first, third, and fifth best cards among them. So ideally, you take your rare, your opponent takes your terminate, and then you take a creature, and then they put a land at the bottom and you take a land, right? So it's like your best card, a land, and like some mid-range card, or a terminate. Or you just reveal 3 lands and you get a good card and 2 lands. And it has flashback 9, which is so much. Not an instant. If this was an instant, it would probably get played. I agree that in standard, as long as stock up exists, you would not really be interested in this. Yeah, cool card. I don't know if it's better than stuff like Steam Augury. Like, that's what it reminds me of. Where is Steam Augury? And Steam Augury was extremely bad. Like, unplayable. Yeah. Because your opponent chooses the pile and you get the other pile, right? This card was wildly unplayable. It was an instant, but it was wildly unplayable. Yeah, I mean, it's better than Combat Tutorial, but it's probably worse than everything else. Maybe Combat Tutorial's a 5. Alright, Summon Leviathan. Return each creature that isn't a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent to its owner's hand. I'm not going to bother looking at what that is, what that entails. This is a Saga Leviathan. Until the turn, whenever a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent attacks, draw a card. It buys time. It is very similar to Summon Shiva. Oh, Ultros Octopus sticks around. And it doesn't bounce Merfolk Warriors. So you draw a card for each. That seems a whole lot of buying time. Is it better than Valkyrie Aerial Unit? Is it better than Ultras? I guess there's something to think about is that a non-zero amount of your opponent's creatures are going to be tokens. So this is just going to kill them all. Buys time, does 6, draws a card, maybe kills some tokens. It's probably pretty good. I like that it has Ward 2, making it so your opponent's going to be like pretty unlikely to be able to kill you. But at the end of the day, is it really more than just like 6 mana, bounce a guy, draw a card? Not really. I'm gonna put it as a 5. I'm willing to be wrong on this. Maybe if you have enough of these cards, like if you have enough Merfolk, if you have enough cards in your deck that it doesn't hit, it's probably pretty amazing. I mean, I guess it doesn't hit your vehicles. Maybe it's bad. Maybe it doesn't hit your vehicles, but I don't think you always play Leviathan, and I think 6 is my floor for a card that you always play. I think a 5 is you play it about 90% of the time. 2 blue, water crystal. Blue spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. If an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they may mill that many cards plus 4 instead. Oh no, if an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill that many cards plus 4 instead. Each opponent mills cards equal to the number of cards in your hand. 6 mana, tap it. So you have 3 cards in your hand, you activate it, they mill 7. You need to mill probably 24 cards, 25 cards to win most games, maybe 28. It unfortunately nerfs blue because now with your blue spells costing 1 less to cast, you can't, your triggers don't happen on your Sahagin and your Ultros. The other problem is, well, for Constructed, this will probably be played in Constructed. Yeah, so the deal with Constructed is there are 2 cards in Magic that this card is a wombo combo with. So the first one is Grinding Station, or Grinding Stone. No, it's Grindstone. It's actually okay with Grinding Station as well. But Grindstone is the real one. So there's Grindstone. So target player mills 2 cards. If 2 cards share color, repeat the process. This is increased to 6, and each one of them is 6. Someone did the math, I think Frank Karsten did the math on this, and it's like 97% chance to kill off of 1 activation. It's like 78 or something on a multicolor deck. But the one that is maybe more reasonable is actually Sphinx's Tutelage, which is the same as Grindstone, but only requires you to draw a card. So a way to win, or Mesmeric Orb is a big one. Yeah, I'll go into that after that. So this is the same thing as Grindstone. It looks at 6 cards every single time, so it's just a one-shot kill. And the other one is Mesmeric Orb. Make sure Mesmeric Orbs, every one of their permanents mills 5. And then there's also, of course, Hedron Crab. Right, Hedron Crab makes all of your lands mill 7. Water Crystal, as far as limited goes, it reminds me of... There was a card, I think was it Vow? I think it was 6 mana, 5 mana tap. Was it Bro? 6 mana, 5 mana tap, they mill equal to cards in their graveyard, and that card sucked. It was in Rise of the Eldrazi, okay. And Brother, yeah, it was in Bro. Heating Stone. Target 6 mana to play, 5 mana to activate. Target player mills X cards where X the number of cards in that player's graveyard. This card sucked. It was like a decent cyber card in Sealed, but I think that card sucked. Oh, here we go. G-Door, Aristocratic Capital. This is from Final Fantasy VI. I actually don't remember this. Apparently this is Maria's town. This is Locke's love, I guess. I don't remember this town. This is like where you get the Phoenix. She comes alive to say to... yeah. Oh, is it the auction house? Okay. That's where you get, you can buy 2 Magicite from the auction house. The art gallery. Okay, yeah, I remember the art gallery. Is this also the town that you find Sabin in the World of Ruin? Is that what it is? It's like, I can only hold up this house for 10 minutes. Oh, is that Miranda? Okay. Anyways, Target player mills half their library rounded down. They have like 22 cards, you mill 11. They have 10 cards, they mill 5. Like if your opponent is playing a Edgar King of Fodaro Travel the World deck, and the Jador is just gonna kill them. I don't know. These things are relatively free to play. So like you take them if you can, if you don't, it's no big deal. Go Master of Mimicry, 2 blue 2/4. This is from Final Fantasy VI. This is a secret character. You have to go get eaten by a zone ender and then travel through a dungeon to get them at the end. And they can use any ability that any of your other characters have. Or they can just duplicate the ability that the previous person did. Pretty awesome. Low stats. Can't equip an Esper, I don't think. But good otherwise. Copy target activated or triggered ability X times. You may choose new targets for the copies. This ability cannot be copied and X cannot be 0. There's a bunch of... I'm sure you can look up a bunch of infinite combos with this. 2 blue 2/4 is a good stat line. Copy target activated trigger ability you control X times. So I'm guessing you can copy job select. So you have 7 mana. You play Thief's Knife. You can pay 4 mana, so 2/2, to copy it, and you get 2 more 1/1s. Yeah, you can copy Saga abilities. You can copy like any of the like Shiva to stun stuff, or Diamond Dust to draw that many cards. You can copy White Auracite's trigger, and you can use White Auracite to pay for it. You can use the White Auracite mana to go into Go-Go. Another card that triggers with White Auracite. Wow. How did they do it? How do they make an entire set based off White Auracite? Yeah, it's probably really good. If it copies any Saga ability, I imagine it's going to be pretty insane. It's probably 4 mana tap, copy a Saga ability twice. That seems good. I don't think it's better than Jill. So probably a 6. I don't think it's better than Edgar King of Figaro. It's at least a 6. Yeah, but like a 3 mana 2/4 that you can pay 2 mana to get a 1/1 whenever you play an equipment is like not amazing. Like, don't you have other things to be doing? At the beginning of your end step, 6 mana 3/5. At the beginning of your end step, exile target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Then, if it's the first end step of the turn, there is an additional end step after this end step. Ishtola? Yishtola? Girl? Okay, it's a girl. It's some sort of cat druid, cat girl druid. Okay. It doesn't double flicker, right? Oh, it does. Okay, so it double flickers your stuff. It's target creature you control. So I guess you're gonna want to use this on a summon. Yeah, I guess so far the best combo we have is Primal Garuda, and you get to just deal 4 to 2 more tapped creatures. I mean, I think it's either really good or unplayable, right? Depending on if you have come to play abilities or not. Do you have come to play abilities? Yes, you should probably play this. How many would you need? You'd probably want at least 5. Yeah, but Jill's a rare. You don't need more cards that work with other rares. You don't. If you King of this is not a card you want to copy. I mean, you can, but Well, and that doesn't. I mean, I guess it works okay with Leviathan. Buy lots of time. So I guess it's like a soft lock with Leviathan. Yeah, it's. I think its main purpose, if I was to assume it had one, would be for to reset these summons or get lots of value out of summons. Like I imagine a scenario: you go Shiva into Ishtola Rule is pretty hard hitting and tight fitting. So I think the best blue card is likely Lunar Whale. What is the next best blue card? Maybe Valkyrie Aerial Unit? Sleep Magic is pretty good. It has a bunch of like middling cards that all kind of like require you to have a bunch of 4-mana stuff. Maybe I'm wrong on this card and it's way better than it looks. I don't think I am. This is a whole lot of 2-mana 1/1. I think if you don't play this on turn 2, it is pretty freaking bad. Blue has a lot of cards that require things to be going right to function. Maybe this is better than I give it credit for. Maybe I should tick this up one. But blue's cards are so bad. Like, maybe Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum is better than I think. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Dragon's Wyvern is a 6. Maybe Rook Turret is a 6. And a Rook Turret, I'm going to feel really good to play Rook Turret. But maybe I shouldn't feel good. It's a feels good card. Maybe it's not an actually good card. Like, it's possible that Retrieve the Esper is just better than Rook Turret. I think the card that is probably most disappointing to me is Prima Vista. I don't know what this ability has anything to do with the Prima Vista. It's like a complete miss. All right, so that's gonna be it for blue. Blue looks not great outside of Lunar Whale and Jill. And Valkyrie Aerial Unit. Got a lot of mid-range cards, like Realm Sketching or Syncopate, or... It's got some cool build-arounds like Ultros or Leviathan. All right. Not nearly as good. I mean, white has Summon Knights of the Round and Dion and white Magicite, or white Auracite. I'm never gonna get that right. Let's see what black has to offer next. All right, we're back with black cards. And the first one is Ahriman, classic enemy, Final Fantasy 3. 2 to black, 2/2 flying, Death Touch. 3 mana, sacrifice another creature or artifact, draw a card. Doesn't require a tap. So this is pretty good with equipment and tokens. Because every equipment creature is basically 2 things you can sack. You can block, sack, or sack an equipment that you're not going to plan on equip anytime soon. You can sack sagas on the way out after the step 3 happens. Well, before the step 3 happens, but after it's triggered. It's also just a 2/2 Death Touch, so it'll block anything. It can attack. I like this card. I mean, it trades down. It does trade down with Dragoon's Wyvern, but I think it trades up against a lot of other stuff. It's a late game value card. Like, I imagine when you have 6 mana, being able to like play a chump blocker, chump block, draw a card. I don't like 3 mana 2/2 flyers, but I'll take a 3 mana 2/2 flying Death Touch. Either a 5 or a 6. Yeah, he might just be a 6 just because he's like a walking removal spell. The problem is he doesn't block up against any. Here's the problem with Ahriman, if there is a problem with him. The problem is he trades down with any equipment creature, because this is a 3 mana 3/2. It attacks, you block. They still have an equipment left over, and you don't. The reason why I give him a 5, I think in most formats he'd be a 6 or a 7. I think in this format he's probably a 5 just because of the job select creatures. Black Mage's Rod. 2 mana 2/1, and it says Well, it's a 2 mana 1/1. A crit creature gets +1/0, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent and is a wizard in addition to its other types. This card is really good. The thing is, like, Firebrand Archer is played in Pauper. Well, I mean, it's a 2 mana 1/3 version, but it is played in Pauper. This card seems pretty good. I can imagine a deck where you have 8 creatures and 15 non-creatures. And the reason why you have 15 non-creatures is you have like 4 job select artifacts or 5 job select artifacts. Which means you're going to be able to play 4 spells after this. So this is a 2 mana 2/1 that's going to deal 4 to your opponent. At least a 6. This seems like it also your opponent has to believe that you can play 2 spells. And the thing is, even if they block it down, it's still going to be there. Like, later on, you can still just equip it. And God forbid there's any card in the set that triggers on hitting opponents. Was Aerith secretly a black mage the whole time? But yeah, because the creature deals the damage, so. Cornered by black mages, so this is from Final Fantasy IX. And its target player sacrifices a creature of their choice. Create an 0/1 black wizard creature token that says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deal 1 damage to each opponent. So this is going to be kill a guy, they take 5? Excuse me? Well, it's not really a 2-for-1. It's more of a, like, the 0/1, I don't know if the 0/1 is a real card. You would not play a card in your deck that says that is an 0/1 that whenever you deal damage, cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage. You would never play that card. So it's not worth a full card. It can equip Black Mage's Rod if the first Black Mage dies, yeah. I don't think it's hard to cast 5 spells after this. So this tells me that its target opponent sacrifices a creature, they take 5 damage. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, this card seems excellent. Fight On. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. This is from Final Fantasy VII, looks like. I don't know why a white mage is healing on a black card, but whatever. These types of cards are in most formats, and they're usually pretty good and sealed and like pretty middling in draft. It's not close to the best version of this card that's ever been printed, which is Wander in Death. Let me learn you a lesson. Remember a Wander in Death? So this was the same card, except that it was a sorcery, but it had cycling. So you just like could play 2 or 3 Wander in Deaths in your deck, and you're like, yeah, it's either the best card or I cycle it. Yeah, I mean, they've had cards like Crumbling, like Necropolis, right? Where it's like 2 and a black, mill 3, get 2 creatures back. And there was also, was it Hazel's Nocturne or something that 3 and a black, return 2 creatures, drain 2? This is much worse than the ones we've had in the near past, for sure. Another chance was 2 and a black, mill 2, return 2. You may mill 2, return 2, right? Card is much better than this. Yeah, and Whale was in the previous set that also could give all enemy creatures -1/-1, and that card was pretty bad. Not to mention, I would expect that decks are gonna have only 8 or 9 creatures in this format, because a huge amount of your creatures are going to be equipments. Now, this does return sagas, so the summons. So I would imagine if there are a lot of green summons or white summons that you want to return, this is maybe more reasonable. But I would suspect this to actually be a 4 or a 5. I just think that this card is not going to be playable before turn 7. Heck dies. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card. Oh no! Didn't we just have like 2 straight formats where there were no Ravenous Rats? Now we have to think about every single turn. Do I play my land or do I hold on to it in case they have the heck dies? Like, it was so relieving in the past couple of sets where they haven't had this effect, and now it's back. These guys are generally some of the better cards in the formats, especially but that is usually for you play this, make them discard 2 cards. That's disgusting. Probably a 5 or a 6. It's not, maybe it's a 6. I think you're probably going to play every one of them that you see. It is really good against cornered by mages. Probably not. Maybe Ahriman's a 6. Marlboro. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card, loses 2 life, and exiles the top 3 cards of the library. So I'm cycling 2. This card seems great. This is a classic enemy. It says Final Fantasy 15, but this is, I think, is this from Final Fantasy 2? I think this is in Final Fantasy 2. Yeah, another rat effect. This card seems great. Much better than the other ones. I think you'll always play the first one of these. I don't know if you're going to play the second one, but you're always going to play the first one. Namazu Trader. 4-mana 3/4. When this creature enters, you lose 1 life and create a treasure token. He's a fish citizen. Do fish get bounced by the Kraken? When this creature attacks, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, surveil 2. Okay, I love the treasure. I don't like that we'll lose 1 life. I love the treasure. It works pretty well with Stolen Uniform. You can take their equipment and sack it. Yeah, if red has some way to gain control of target creature, this seems like it would be quite good with it. I think there is. I think there's kidnap. I don't think it's that common though. Yeah, I mean this guy seems decent. A good body to block with. The treasure token allow you to get like your Marlboro out on turn 5. I'm surprised Marlboro doesn't have Death Touch, honestly. Yeah, treasure tokens are always way better than they look. Especially in this set where there's actually artifacts. Yeah, this card seems fine. Surveilling 2 is pretty good. Treasure is pretty good. This guy does a lot of things I'm interested in. I like that he's a 3/4. That's like a good stat line. That being said, is he better than Marlboro? Probably not. Marlboro is probably better than him. I'll put him at a 5, which means you're going to play him like 90% of the time. Yeah, oh my, what is this? From Final Fantasy 11, Cute Rub Forayer. Cut Rub? Cute Rub? Whatever. He's a guy. 2 to black, 3/2. When this creature enters, choose 1. Destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn, or exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. This guy was unplayable in the previous set, so he doesn't have flash. Yeah, there was a skunk in Bloomburrow, and that card is one of the best cards in the format. This Unsparing Bolt Caster was a 2 and a red deal 6 to a damaged creature, and that card is terrible. And this card is worse than that. I'm gonna say this is pretty. It's worse than every equipment. It's worse than everything. But if you need graveyard hate, I don't know why you would. But of note, it does in fact die to Phoenix Down. It is a zombie. I don't know why you'd want to kill it, but you can. Resentful Revelation. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put 1 of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. This is revealing Sephiroth at Final Fantasy VII, realizing the nature of his birth, it seems. This card is absurd. Absurdly good. The card it reminds you most of is Forbidden Alchemy. Was this thing. Look at the top 4, choose 1, and put the rest into your graveyard. Now, Forbidden Alchemy was an instant, but this thing costs 2 and not 3. This thing puts Lagunas to shame, right? Like, why on earth? Why would you play Dreams of Laguna when this is like 3 times better? I think you're always going to play it. More Aura Sight Love? Yeah, I mean, you know, it'd be really good if you could get to 7 mana somehow and kill your opponent's cards. I wonder if there's a card in the format that does that. Sephiroth's Intervention. 4 mana, destroy target creature, gain 2 life. Cool. Although it is pretty embarrassing comparing this to White Aura Sight. I mean, how good can it really be? It's certainly better than this. Good card. It's splashable. Yeah. That's a good card. Gaining life. I mean, this was, what was it? Vraska's Contempt? Is that what it was called? I mean, this used to be a constructed playable rare. Now, obviously, this doesn't exile. It doesn't hit planeswalkers, but Shinra's Reinforcements. 2 and a black, 2/3. When this creature enters, mill 3 cards. And you gain 3 life. Into the line, punk! Historically, these types of cards have put a land from your graveyard into a hand. So, the fact that this doesn't do that and gains 3 life instead doesn't fill me with confidence. This seems worse than, unless there's a huge graveyard synergy that I haven't seen yet, this seems pretty mid-minus. I think if you're not playing green-black, this is just like not even close. So, Undercity Dire Rat. When this creature dies, create a treasure token. So this is a reprint of Dire Fleet Hoarder is the answer. Pretty bad. It plays better than it looks, but it's still pretty bad. I would certainly not play Undercity Dire Rat over Heck Dies or Ahriman. It's definitely way worse than those. It's probably worse than Shinra Reinforcements as well. Vane's Treachery. Kicker, sacrifice an artifact or creature. Target creature gets -2/-2 until the turn. If this spell was kicked, the creature gets -6/-6 until the turn instead. So this is a reprint. It's called Final Flourish. Was the original. This was a reprint. It was good before. It'll be good now. I think Vane's Treachery is likely better than Sephiroth's Intervention. I think it's likely better. I think you'd rather pay 2 mana than 4. All right. We got Vincent's Limit Break. It's a tiered card. It says, until end of turn, target creature you control gains. Whenever this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. And it has the chosen based power and toughness. Not on the way back. It doesn't come back as this power and toughness. It just, right now, it becomes a power and toughness. So it's 2 mana to be a 3/2, 3 mana to be a 5/2, 5 mana to be a 7/2. Yeah, it's not an alchemy card. Okay, so there's a lot of, there's not that actually that much to unpack with this. I think this is just a bad Fake Your Own Death. Thank you. So this was +2/0, and then when it dies, return it to play with a treasure. This is a nightmare with Heck Dies. It's a nightmare with Malboro. But the thing is, for it to work with Malboro, you got to pay 3 mana a lot of the time. Or 3 or 4 mana. Yeah, Supernatural Stamina, that's the one, you're right. Supernatural Stamina is the one. But this is a 2 mana card. So like, yeah, the problem is on bigger creatures, you have to pay more mana, otherwise it shrinks them. But it is better on smaller creatures because you can make your, for 3 mana, you can make your Heck Dies a 5/2, and then they discard another card. And of course, there's always the combo with Saga Summons, right? Now, it does return them into play tapped, so it's not amazing with the Saga Summons. I am not a believer in these types of cards. 5 mana for Hellmasker to, like, lightning axe your opponent. I guess the hero job tokens, I guess that's something to think about, right? It doesn't really work with the job select cards because they're tokens. It does make them bigger than they look because they're base 1/1, so at least it gets +2/+1 to the tokens. But I think you're gonna have 8 creatures in your deck. I'm not a fan of these types of cards, so I'll put it a solid 4. I will lose to it. To be clear, I will lose to this card, but I will not be the one playing it. Albed Salvagers. Whenever this creature or another creature in our artifact you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Why is black just get to burn everything? Like, black gets to have treasure making from the trader and the rat. And you can sack things to Ahriman, and you burn them so much with the Black Mage's Rod and cornered by Black Mages. It's not Blood Artist because it doesn't count your opponent's cards. It does count itself. I imagine getting blasted by this. So this card was an Ether Drift, and it was like a really good white-black uncommon, right? Is it better than Vane's Treachery? Probably not. It's probably a 6. I don't think it's... I think it's about the same as Malboro. It might be worse than Malboro. Just because swamp cycling is so important. It's probably better than Ariman. It's about the same as Ariman, maybe. Maybe Ariman is a 5. I think it's probably worse than Black Mage's Rod. Maybe Black Mage's Rod should be a 7. I mean, Malboro is... This type of effect is very strong. The deck damage and the losing life, like it does a lot of stuff. This is like a low 7 or high 6. Okay, Circle of Power. You draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. Create an 0/1 black wizard creature token with, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent. Wizards you control gain +1/0 and lifelink until the turn. Okay, so the idea is, you know, these guys gain lifelink, and whenever you cast another non-creature spell that turn, the damage they deal to the opponent is lifelink. I can imagine you play this on turn 6. You already have one of these guys in play. Like, you have a Black Mage's Rod in play. And maybe you even have a Cornered by Mages, God forbid. So you go like Black Mage's Rod into Cornered by Mages, into Circle of Power on turn 5 or turn 6. And then you play Circle of Power, and then you play another 2-mana card. And then you drain them. So you lose 2 life to play this card, but you'll probably drain 3 to 8 life if you have the wizards in play. But the problem with this is that it's not very good on turn 4. Like, maybe it's okay on turn 4 because it creates a black wizard token. Like, maybe I'm really underestimating how much damage you're going to be doing with this, especially when you draw 2 cards, it's likely you're going to draw like a land and a spell to keep the chain going, right? Yeah, I think Circle of Power really works well with Black Mage's Rod because it allows you to attack for 3 that turn, 3 lifelink. Is it better than Vane's Treachery? Probably not. Is it better than Sephiroth's Intervention? I think it's about the same as this. Is it better than Resentful Revelation? Different deck archetype, right? I guess I should make Revelation a 6 because a 5 or a 6, because if you don't have like the synergy with this is not a very good card. When you cast this, do your triggers have lifelink? No, only after. So if you already have wizards in play, you won't gain life off the ones you have in play. I am really scared about the amount of burn that is in this format for black. This is a lot of burn. Like direct damage to your face that is not interactable. Dark Knight's Greatsword. 2 to black, job select, so it's a 3-mana 4/1. Equipped creature gains +3/0 and is a knight in addition to its other types. Equip, pay 3 life, activate only once each turn. Okay, so the obvious interaction with this is you play a 2-drop, your opponent doesn't. You play Dark Knight's Greatsword on turn 3. You pay 3 life to move it onto your 2-drop attack. They take like 5, and then we go from there. 3 life is a lot. A 4/1 is not a very big creature. I'm going to guess this card is not very good. So I'm gonna mark it down. 2-mana 3/3 defender. Defender Menace. This may be one of the few cards that has... I mean, I guess there was an eyeball wall that transformed. It didn't specifically have Defender and Menace, but it had Defender on one side and Menace on the other. But this has Defender and Menace. So it both can't attack and can't be blocked except by 2 or more creatures. As long as this creature has a counter on it, it can attack as though it did not have Defender. And you can pay 6 mana to put counters on this creature. He's just standing there menacingly, red. This is a cool card. Good with combat tutorial? Oh yeah. That is actually kind of sick. You go turn 2 Demon Wall, and then you teach the Demon Wall that he has legs. This card seems fine. I don't know if it's better than Black Mage's Rod. It probably isn't. I mean, it might be. I don't think it is. Because at the end of the day, you're going to need to invest something. Like, maybe this is a blue-black combat tutorials. Yeah. There are decks that want it, and there are decks that don't want it. And I think this is either like, you know, a 1 or a 7, right? I mean, I'll put it as a 5. But it's either a 1 or a 7. This is probably plays a lot better than it looks. Evil Reawakened. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with 2+1/+1 counters. These types of cards have typically been pretty bad. And I think in this format especially, where your deck is going to have only probably 8 creatures in it, I don't know if I'm interested in regrowths. Yeah, you can rebuy a Saga, but like how many Sagas? It wasn't bad in LCI. That was because, didn't it explore twice? That was one of the best cards in that set because it explored twice instead of putting 2 counters on it. Oh yeah, you can rebuy the wall. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, rebuying Malboro is probably the best thing to be doing. It'll probably be fine, just not amazing. It's just really just going to depend what your targets are. If you've got targets played, if you don't. Very binary card. Fang, Fearless Lassie. But 2 and a black, 2/3. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. This ability triggers only once per each turn. So it's like a Ketramose, like a mini Ketramose type deal. It works off flashback cards. Does it work off Resentful Revelation? It does not. It does work off Vincent's. Yeah, it does work with this. What's the meld? We'll get to that. Card is probably pretty mid. I haven't really seen anything. It works with flashback cards, but if you're flashing cards back, you're already drawing cards. I don't know if that's a thing you should be interested in. You want to see the back end of it. 7/6 Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, Haste. When Ragnarok dies, destroy target permanent and return target non-legendary permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So when we get to Fang and Vanille, that's when we'll look at that. This is probably going to be exclusively a green-black card. Final Days. 2 black, sorcery, create 2 tapped black horror creature tokens. This was cast from a graveyard. Instead, create X of those tokens, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Yeah, sapped is sad. Tapped, I should say, is sad. This is probably worse than Moan the Unhallowed. Right here, 2 black, create 2 black zombie creature tokens, flashback 7. The problem, again, I have with this card is I'm not sure. This is probably going to be a format where you have an all-time low on creature count because of equipment creatures and spell creatures like Circle of Power and Cornered by Mages. So how many creatures are you really going to have in your graveyard? Between 1 and 3? Not to mention, it's really bad against Auracite, because your creatures are exiled instead of in your graveyard. That being said, it's probably fine. Better than Fang for sure. 4 mana for a pair of 2/2s that are tapped is like not a great deal. So you're really going to want to need to have the flashback do something. If the 2/2s were untapped, the backside wouldn't matter that much. But the fact that they're coming to play tapped is kind of middling. So you're going to need to find a really good reason to play this card. And you're going to need to play like at least 13 creatures with like 4 or 5 self mills among them. And that may be a tall order in this format. Because I don't think you're going to be having 13 creatures in your deck. You may have 13 like virtual creatures, but it's looking to me like some of the better black cards are actually non-creatures that make creature tokens. Gaius von Balsar. Balsar. 2 black. When this creature enters, choose one. Each player sacrifices a creature token. Each player sacrifices a non-token creature. Each player sacrifices an enchantment. Oh, it seems fine. Yeah, I like it. It's a good Ravenous Chupacabra type effect. I mean, if you don't have a creature token, you can play this and then kill your opponent's creature token, right? Yeah, it's really good at killing summons. Really good at really good with raised heads. Oh. I don't think each player is rough. I think you can play around that. You can play around your own cards. Like, do you think Gaius is better than Sephiroth's Intervention? Probably not. But maybe it's better. Probably not, though. Overkill. 2 and a black. Target creature gets -0, -9,999 until end of turn. Yeah, this is a pretty good card. I mean, is it better than Sephiroth's Intervention? Is it better than Black Mage? Is it better than Black Mage's Rod or Cornered by Mages? It's probably a 7. Yeah, I mean, maybe Cornered by Mages is an 8, honestly. You can just play like 3 Cornered by Mages on turns 3, 4, and 5, and your opponent's just dead, right? I mean, they're not dead, they're at 17, but you know what I mean. Phantom Train. 4 mana, 4/4 trample vehicle. Sacrifice another artifact or creature. Put a counter on this. It becomes a spirit artifact creature in addition to other types until the turn. Notably, it is a vehicle with no crew. It cannot be crewed. This train drives itself by the souls of whatever you give it. You can sack all your black mages for like a big kill. I'm gonna guess it's not good. Terrible when you're behind. When you're ahead, it probably doesn't. It can't be used when you're ahead or behind, or when it's like an even board state. I don't know when you're supposed to use this, other than you have 2 Albed Salvagers and you combo kill them out with that, right? Yeah, I think maybe you play Phantom Train if you have like 2 Albed Salvagers and you want to combo kill your opponent out. But I think outside of that, you just don't play it. Poison the Water. So this is 1 and a black. All creatures get -1/-1 until end of turn. Target player reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature card from it. That player discards a card. I like this card. I really like ostracize effects, like looking at their hand and making them discard a card. I would suspect you're most likely going to be playing target player reveals their hand and not the -1/-1. The -1/-1 is going to be played like 10-15% of the time, I'm guessing. I don't think this is constructed because it does. If it could take Corey Steelcutter out of their hand and kill all the monks, it would be played. Like if it gave -2/-2. Yeah, and then a bunch of people are going to have artifact creatures in their deck because of the job select cards. Like, like Black Mage's Rod. So this card seems pretty good. I think you're always going to play it if you have it. I would probably not play more than 2 of this card. I would maybe not play the second, or maybe sideboard out the second if you're on the draw. I think on the play, you'd probably play both. Reno and Rude. 1 and a black, 2/1, legendary creature, human assassin, menace. I like the artwork on this a lot. This is from Final Fantasy VII. Whenever Reno and Rude deal combat damage to a player, exile a top card of that player's library. Then you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, you may play the exiled card this turn, and mana of any type can be spent to cast it. The card seems pretty. Even as a 2-mana 2/1 menace, you'd play it. It also does deck damage. You can also maybe spike a good card. I think more likely you're going to be. You have to sack and pay mana, but you're probably going to be sacking. Like, you can sack an equipment or a hero select token. Or you can sack your Heck Dies, and it allows you to sack your Heck Dies to get a land from your opponent's deck and play it. But you don't have to sack the thing until after you see the card. So if you're not going to play the card, you just don't sack anything. I think this card is pretty freaking good. Probably a high 5, low 6. It is a combo with Active Treason. That's the dream, isn't it? You could like turn 4 Active Treason their 3-drop and then attack with both and then reveal a land and play the land, right? That is the dream. Works well with Shambling Sea. So this is from 13. 2 and a black, this creature enters tapped. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay a black. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. This card seems okay. It does enter tapped, but it's kind of like a self-mill payoff. The 1 black is not really asking for much here. It's a pretty good aggressive card. You can even like attack, and if they block, who cares? Yeah, if you have any looting effects, you can loot this away, then pay a black to return it. There's that merchant. There's this fellow. Is it better than Reno and Rude? Probably not. Is it better than Albed Salvagers? I can see it being better than Albed Salvagers. Is it better than Marlboro? Definitely not. Is it better than Ahriman? Yeah. Ahriman's probably a 5. Now that we've seen other cards. Let's call it a 6. Side quest, Hunt the Mark. 3 black. This is from Final Fantasy 12. We get to like, there's like hunting monsters that are super powerful that you can go kill. When this enchantment enters, destroy up to 1 target creature. Beginning of your end step, if a creature died under an opponent's control this turn, create a treasure token. Then, if you control 3 or more treasures, transform this enchantment. Yzamat. Ultimate Mark. Was this the guy that had like 13 million HP that was in the arena at the end of the game? I don't remember. I think even if you set up your gambits and walked away, it took like over an hour to fight, right? Sacrifice another creature or artifact. Yzamat gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. Legendary creature dragon. So this card seems pretty insanely good. It's at least borderline, it's 5 mana, kill a guy, get a treasure, right? You don't get the treasure immediately. And odds are another creature is going to die at some point, so you're going to get 2 treasures. And now at that point, you have an option of, okay, I have 2 treasures. I can use these 2 treasures to cast spells, or I can threaten transforming into this 5/6, right? It only works on your end step, not your opponent's end step. But this seems pretty good. I'm thinking Side Quest Hunt the Mark. I wonder if it's actually better than Gaius. Oh yeah, thanks for bringing that up. So it immediately has indestructible because you can sack 2 treasures and then sack the treasure to this effect. And then it gets indestructible immediately. So it's amazingly defensive. It allows you to turn your handful of Terminates into something. Is this mandatory? Rewind this. This card is a combo with itself. You play turn 5 side quest, turn 6 side quest. One of the triggers would resolve, you would get 2, that would be your second treasure. The next one to resolve, that's your third treasure, it would transform. And then if something terrible happened to your creature, like it was put into white Auracite, you would still have another one available to you. Okay, this card is great. I think it's better than Sephiroth's Intervention. And I think it's better than Overkill. But there's also just a bunch of artifact and treasure synergies in the format, right? All right, 4 black, summon Anima. 4 black, 4/4 menace. It's got 4 steps to it. First 3 steps are draw a card and lose 1 life. It's called Pain. And then Oblivion. On step 4, each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice and loses 3 life. More burning. This is very good, I think. I mean, it obviously is terrible when you're behind, but it reminds me of Phyrexian Gargantua. Right? And I love Phyrexian Gargantua. If you're not familiar with Phyrexian Gargantua, let me bring it up. Phyrexian Gargantua. 4 black. When this enters, you draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. I love this card. I feel like whenever I play it, I can't lose. But... oh, rebuy this with the Vincent Limber Break? I don't... you rebuy it with Vincent's Limber Break? I don't think that's necessary, but you can. It's also a burn spell. That's a lot of value. It's also a 4/4 menace, so it's probably going to hit for 8. Yeah, I mean, it's a turn-to-turn rebuy. Like, most limited games don't last past turn 8 or 9, so... I think the average turns is like 9.2 or 9.1, right? For most formats. No, I think Auracite is enemy creatures only, enemy permanents only. Maybe each opponent loses a creature of their choice. Maybe that's too late in the process. Maybe this card sucks. Losing 3 life is a lot. 3 life is a lot more than 1 or 2. And it is mandatory. Maybe this is bad. Like, I think it's worse than Shambling Seath. And I think it's worse than Leviathan. I think it's worse than Leviathan. I don't think Leviathan's that great. Maybe Leviathan's better than I thought. I don't know. I think Leviathan's like a build around. It's either like a... I'm going to put it as a 5 just because it's either like a... It's either like a 3 or an 8, right? I put it as an average 5. But that's not the case in this Summon Anima. It's like... it's better... yeah, maybe this is like a 4. It's hard to build around this. You have... if you are even or ahead when you play this, you are going to win the game. However... do you need a card that's good when you're only even or ahead? Probably not. Maybe Summon Anima is one of the better cards to get off of Evil Reawakened? If you discard it or mill it, on turn 5, you get a 6/6 menace, draw a card, untap, attack for 6, draw a card. Maybe? Maybe. Maybe it's a reanimation target. That sounds correct. Because they get hit by a 6/6 menace twice, so they take 12, and then 3 more from the lose a life. It is more burn. Yeah. Yeah, it is. This creature enters tapped with a stun counter on it. Chef's Knife. During your turn, this creature has first strike and death touch. So you're going to need to block it with 3 creatures to kill it. So this was, I guess, originally in Final Fantasy V, and the joke behind this is like it's a little salamander with a lantern and a chef's knife, and he waddles at you. And you have, like, I think probably 3 turns, maybe 4, depending on your ATB gauge. And he has, like, generally a lot of HP. And every time it's his turn, he just waddles towards you. And then when he gets up to your character, he just, like, pokes you. And then you die. So it's flavorful, the design. If you play it on turn 1, on turn 2 it's tapped. Turn 3 you can start attacking with it. But if you don't play it on turn 1, this card seems pretty hard to use. Like, it is significantly worse than Black Mage's Rod. It is probably better than Coot Rub Ferrer, but what isn't? I'll put it as a 4, I guess. Arden the Usurper. Demons you control have menace, lifelink, and haste. Star Scourge. At the beginning of combat in your turn, exile up to 1 target creature card from a graveyard. If you exiled a card this way, create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's a 5/5 Black Demon. So on 8 mana, you play it, you exile your opponent's card in their graveyard or your own. I don't know this is probably an 8 or a 9, right? Yeah, this seems pretty good. Doubly menacing. Yeah, I mean you can exile a flyer, yeah. I'm gonna exile a Malboro. Or I'm gonna hit a Malboro, or I'm gonna hit a Hectize. Alright. Next is Cecil, Dark Knight. 1 black, 2/3. Death Touch. Darkness. Whenever Cecil deals damage, you lose that much life. Then, if your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total, untap Cecil and transform it. So, if you're at 12, you attack. You lose 2 life. So you go to 10. You're at less than or equal to half your starting life total. It untaps and transforms. And this is Cecil, Redeemed Paladin. Lifelink 4/4. Whenever it attacks, other attacking creatures gain indestructible at the end of turn. This looks pretty awesome. It says deals damage, not combat damage. So if you have a punch spell or a fight spell, you can transform and then attack immediately because it doesn't have a summoning sickness. Because it's not exiling. This is super flavorful. This is like, honestly, a 10 out of 10 flavor-wise. So this is the protagonist of Final Fantasy IV. You're a Dark Knight at the start. You have an ability called Darkness if you're not playing the US version. That you can do a dark wave attack and deal damage to all enemies and you take damage yourself. Then probably about a quarter of the way through a game, you climb Mount Ordeals and you face your father's ghost and you fight your own darkness and you overcome your own darkness by not attacking. And when you don't attack, you become a level 1 paladin. So that's what happens in that game. Yeah. It is a fantastic blocker. It's probably a 6. Like, I don't think it's better than Reno and Rude. It's maybe a 5. I think Reno and Rude's better than him. Maybe Reno and Rude should be a 7. I guess the theory also is if you play Dark Knight's Greatsword on turn 3, you can just equip it to Cecil and then he'll transform. And say you played Cecil turn 1, you would attack, you're at 18, and then you play a land, and then on turn, you're at 18, you play Dark Knight's Greatsword, you equip it to Cecil, you go to 15, you attack, you lose 5, you go to 10, he transforms and it untaps. So if you go turn 1 Cecil, you can go turn 3 Greatsword, equip it and attack, and he becomes the paladin. You're at 10 life, but you have a 7/4 lifelink, and then your opponent cackles maniacally and casts White Auracite. And you're like, oh, man. Like, and they thank you for taking 10 damage. The Darkness Crystal, 2 black. Black spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. If a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, instead exiled and you gain 2 life. Or black. Put target creature card exiled with the Darkness Crystal onto the battlefield tapped under your control with 2 additional counters on it. This seems pretty bad. Like, half the creatures your opponent's gonna play are tokens anyway. And then the other quarter of effects that you're using to kill creatures don't even kill things. Because they're freaking stuck in sanctums, or they're counterspelled, or they're sleep magicked, or They're white aura-sided. No, it has to die. It's not like Leonardo the Void, where it exiles it if it'll go from anywhere. It has to actually die. This seems pretty bad. I guess if it says non-token creature, so if your opponent blocks with a non-token creature or a token creature, you don't even gain 2 life. Jekt, Reluctant Guardian. This is from Final Fantasy X. This is the main character's father. 4-mana 4/3 Menace. Whenever Jekt deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Jekt Beam. Each opponent discards a card and you draw a card. 7/7 Menace. Saga Nightmare. Each opponent discards a card and you draw a card. That happens twice? Ultimate Jekt Shot. Each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice. This card seems great. So 4-mana 4/3, you connect. You exile it. You don't have to, but you connect. They discard a card and you draw. You get an untapped 7/7. Yeah, you get an untapped 7/7. Well, Caffeine Intervention, this is kind of an example of a card that can't solo carry a game, right? Because it only does 7 damage and then dies. But yeah, I mean, this is like 5 times better than freaking the summon, the other summon, Pain Summon. Summon Anima. Yeah, it's like way, 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 way better than this card. I think what is maybe most attractive about this is that it can actually catch you back up. Because you can play the 4-mana 4/3, your opponent attacks, you just take it. You crack back. You transform this, it turns into a 7/7 blocker, untapped blocker, and then you get to make your opponent discard cards. Maybe it's their last card in their hand. You get to draw some cards. It can't solo carry a game, but it's pretty good when you're ahead. It's pretty good when you're behind. It's pretty good when it's an even board state. I mean, maybe even board state, it's maybe at its worst because your opponent just blocks it. This is a really cool card. I think they really nailed the flavor of it. This is a very, very cool card. The question is, I think it's about the same as Side Quest Hunt the Mark. I think it's about the same as this. I think it's about an 8. Either a 7 or an 8. All right, Kane Traitorous Dragoon. 2 and a black, 2/4, like all Dragoons, flying on your turn. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, that player gains control of Kane. If they do, you draw that many cards, create that many tapped treasure tokens, and lose that much life. This is so hard to evaluate. I don't know. So here's what happens. You play this on turn 3. Turn 4, you attack with it. They don't block it because it has flying. They take 2. You lose 2. You draw 2. You get 2 tapped treasure tokens. They get Kane. Now remember, you can't do any sort of sacrifice shenanigans with this. Because it says if they do get it. So you can't like respond to the trigger and sack it and try to get all the value. So I guess maybe you can Vincent's limit break it to make it like a 5/2. And then you draw 5 cards and then you kill it and you get it back. It actually might be better than that though, because if you are ahead and you play this, your opponent can't really afford to attack you back. And I guess you can like move a piece of equipment that gives bonus power to it. And if your opponent's at like 8 life, they can't really attack you back because they'll like go to 4. No, you just leave the equipment on it because they can't hit you back. If they do, they're just going to die to the life loss. This is a card that needs to be played to figure it out. You think it's a win more card? Yeah, I mean, if you're behind, a 3-mana 2/4 helps a little bit. If it's like the middle of the game, it's probably pretty good. It accelerates both players' game plans. You can trade Kane in for a divination and 2 treasures. So if your deck has a good card to draw, Kane will help you get there. It's not really chaos if it trades back and forth because they're tapped treasure cards. So you get to use the treasure first. In addition to that, they've lost 2x's power in life. And it's possible they can't afford to do that. Right? It's possible that your opponent is in a state like below 10 life that they can't afford to attack you back. Yeah, because if they attack you back, you get to attack them back. And here's the thing. Black has a ton of direct damage. So it's possible they just can't even afford, like, even Albed Salvagers. I mean, you can sack the 2 treasures to drain them for 2, right? So I think this card is actually probably good. It's going to require you, if your deck is going to be burning your opponent out, this is probably one of the better cards you can have. Oh, it's mandatory? Oh, I didn't know it was mandatory. Okay, that makes it worse. I thought it was optional. Like, you may give it to them if you do this. This is a card that's going to be really hard to figure out. Hey, Gambit945, thanks for the prime. Yeah, this is a weird card. I'm going to put a question mark. I'm going to put a question mark. I'm not going to make a decision on it. Yeah, it's going to be a hard one to evaluate. Oh, Abomos, you're right. That is kind of nice. So you go Kane, attack, give it to them. And then you side quest, hunt the mark, and kill Kane. And then so you have 3 treasures. And then it transforms. That is funny. And maybe that is the joke. Kane stabs you in the back. You say like, no, I stab you in the back. Pick up his armor and his spear, sell it for 2 treasures. Job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, is a ninja, and whenever this deals combat damage to a player, draw a card and then discard a card. That player loses life equal to the discarded card's mana value. Oh, it has only equip attack. I was going to say it's like a worse thief's knife. But this has equip 4, and this has equip 2? Yeah, but like, it's a 3-mana 2/2. Why doesn't your opponent block it or kill it? I mean, obviously the answer is you put this on a flyer. You discard like a 6-drop or an 8 or like a land cycler to make them burn for 6. I mean, you put it on an Ahriman, right? Let's put it on this guy. This card is probably fine. I think the equip cost of being 2 is a pretty big deal. So it's like a reasonable, you can turn 4, play a flyer, turn 5, play this and equip it on the flyer. You might be able to 2-tap somebody with this. Yeah, it kills pretty fast. But that's if you're already winning, I think. All right. Primal Odin. This is from 16. Oh, is this from 14, apparently? I thought it was in 16. Oh, maybe that's a different card. Summon Primal Odin. Destroy target creature an opponent controls. Zante Sukin. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, that player loses the game. Hall of Sorrow, draw 2 cards. Each player loses 2 life. 6 mana, 5/3. Well, this would be extremely scary if there was a trampling card in this set, which there is. There is a +3/+3 trample in this set for 2 mana. It's Blitzball Shot. So I imagine losing to this card a non-zero amount of the time. Because my opponent's going to play this and have a trampler and I'm dead, right? It is weird how black is like burn spells and 2-for-1 terminates. That is the entire color. Just all 2-for-1s or 3-for-1s or 4-for-1s and burn spells. I mean, this card seems great. The thing is, this is like destroying 2 creatures because your opponent has to block to 5/3. Yeah, I guess you're right, Badger TK. It does have 3 toughness, so you're not going to get to step 3 if you attack and they block with like a 3/2. You are correct. But at the end of the day, that's still a pretty good 2-for-1. You get to destroy a creature of your choice and they lose another creature with at least 3 power. Yeah, I mean, you can always like limit break it back or reanimate it or something. It's probably one of the better. What if you Evil's Reawakened it? It's like one of the best cards, Devil's Reawaken, right? I mean, if you remember Duskmourn, there was a card called Vile Mutilator, which was a 7-mana 6/5 flyer that was an insane reanimation target. Maybe I think your point about it being a 5/3, maybe it makes it not good enough. Maybe it's just a normal 6-mana terminate. 6 mana is a lot to pay for that. Maybe it's actually closer to a 5. I think that 3 toughness. It's not a 5/5. It's a 5/3. That makes it a lot worse. Vincent Valentine. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a counter on this equal to that creature's power, plus almost 1 counter. Whenever it attacks, you may transform it. So this is your Final Fantasy VII secret character. Galleon Beast. Werewolf Beast. Trample Lifelink. Whenever this dies, return to the battlefield tapped, front face up. But he loses all of his counters. So you play Vincent, you untap, you like kill their guy. It's like you kill a 2/2, it becomes a 4/4. You transform it, it's a 5/4 lifelink that when it dies, it comes back into play as a 2/2. It is a 4-mana 2/2. It really needed to cost 3 and not 4. But even if you don't do anything, you can just attack. It's a 3/2 lifelink, gain 3 life. It comes back into play untapped. Oh no, it comes back tapped. It says right here that it comes back tapped. It seems middling. It doesn't really do anything on its own. Like I think it's worse than Primal Orden. I think it's worse than Ninja Blades. Maybe it's better than Ninja Blades. Maybe Ninja Blade sucks. Put it as a 5. Worse than Reno? Yeah, it's way worse than Reno. I think Reno is actually quite good. I think the fact that you're paying for a 4-mana 2/2 is not great. Xenos Yay Galvus. 5-mana 4/4, my first friend. I haven't played Final Fantasy XIV. When Xenos Yay Galvus enters, choose a creature an opponent controls until end of turn. Creatures other than Xenos and the chosen creature get -2/-2. Nice. Whenever the chosen creature leaves the battlefield, transform this. Shinryu Transcendent Rival. Legendary creature dragon. Flying. As this creature transforms into Shinryu, choose an opponent. When the chosen player loses the game, you win the game. Okay, so I don't know what the flavor of this guy, But he seems pretty good, pretty cool. He's a sweeper that turns into an 8/8 when the chosen creature dies. Unfortunately, if you choose like a 4/4 and your opponent attacks and you block, you don't get to like kill their guy and transform. But seems pretty cool. It's probably an 8, right? Like a 5-mana 5/5 or 5-mana 4/4 that sweeps, and then on the backside is an 8/8, right? And doesn't seem very hard to pull off. Oh, by the way, it's when the chosen creature leaves the battlefield. So you could bounce it, or you could white Auracite it to get an 8/8. All right, I'm picking up what this guy's putting down. I think he's about the same as Jekt. You can pick a summon that's about on step 2. Yeah, you could do that. Or step 1 even. He'll die eventually. 8/8 with flying. Yeah, he's a dragon fellow. Zodiarch, Umbral God. Black, 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 black. Black, 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 black. 5 black mana. Not 5 at a black. 5 black pips. Indestructible. 5/5 God. Whenever Zodiarch enters, each player sacrifices half the non-god creatures they control of their choice, rounded down. Whenever a player sacrifices another creature, put a counter on Zodiarch. So, you play Zodiarch when you have 1 creature and your opponent has 2. You sacrifice nothing, and they sacrifice 1 creature, and you put a counter on this. So you play a Zodiarch Umbral God. If you have 4 creatures and your opponent has 2, you sacrifice 2 creatures, they sack 1. You put 3 counters on this. This seems pretty hard to play at 5 black, so I would probably say, like, if you're drafting mono black, play it. If you don't bother. Midgar, City of Mako. Town, interplays tap for black. Reactor Raid. You may sacrifice an artifact or creature. If you do, draw 2 cards. This seems like it'll probably see some constructed play. Like I said, there's already a mono black deck in standard that could probably play 1 or 2 of these. I mean, a tap lane is obviously like kind of bad. But yeah, I mean, this is a card you're probably pretty happy to take and pretty happy to use. This is like a land that you could turn into a divination. Yeah, this actually seems pretty good. Might be the most constructed playable of the cards we've seen so far of the 3 lands. Yeah, it seems like black has a treasure sub-theme, so you'll probably have some garbage lying around for it. And then we have the reprint. Dark Confidant. At the beginning of your upkeep, reveal the top card of your library and put that card into your hand. You lose life equal to its mana value. 1 and a black, 2/1. Yeah, Bob Maher was the original. It used to be a constructed mainstay for many years. Nowadays, it's pretty outclassed by the Demon Room and Caustic Bronco and Preacher of the Schism. So I would suspect this is not playable. It would be playable in the same decks that run Caustic Bronco. But like if you're playing Caustic Bronco, you're probably also playing the Demon Room and you can't really afford to take 8. Bronco, you can make your opponent lose a life instead. As far as limited goes, probably really good on the play. However, there was a card like this in Bloomborough that was about 50%. What was it? Dark Star or something? And that card is not Darkstar. Yeah, Darkstar Augur. So this is Darkstar Augur. So this card was one of the... I played it a ton in Bloomburrow Limited. I think I lost to it only once. But that was only because I kicked it and my opponent stopped attacking me. And then I just drew 5 straight spells and died. Darksteel Augur is a lot better than Dark Confidant. I think this card had a great win rate. Let me check. But this card had a great win rate because a 2/3 flyer is fantastic. Yeah, Darkstar had a fantastic win rate. You know, there's a fair amount of life gain in the format, so like maybe it can be playable. Obviously, if you're on the draw, you probably don't want to... Maybe you play this and then you chump block with it after you draw cards. There's like a 2-minute 2/1, like lose 4 life, draw a card, which is not great, but maybe playable in some instances. Sometimes you'll just run like 3 lands in a row and your opponent will rage, and then you'll win. I'm sure it'll create some interesting board states where people are hoping for something to happen on the upkeep and there's RNG involved, and that's really good game design. So as far as what I think, and this card was either like a 1 or a 7, right? And like it's either on the same level as something, maybe it's even a little bit better than something like Reno and Rude. Like it's on the same level as this, or it's completely unplayable. So I'll put it as a 5. Maybe put it as a 4. You're gonna play it half the time. I think if you're an aggressive deck, you definitely play it, and it's gonna be great in your deck. I think your opponent's gonna probably kill it if they can. It's pretty unlikely that people are gonna try to race you. And if people are trying to race you, you can always just block with it. All right, Sephiroth Fabled Soldier. 2 and a black 3/3. Whenever this attacks or blocks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw a card. I guess something to keep in mind with Dark Confidant is there's a fair amount of ways to sack your own stuff in the format. Right, there's even at common, there is the Trader. And there's also Vane's Treachery. So it's possible you just always play this card. Because if your opponent doesn't play into you, then you just can sack it to your own stuff. This is actually probably good. Anyway, back to Sephiroth. Sephiroth Fabled Soldier. 2 and a black 3/3. Whenever this enters or attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw a card. Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. This is the 4th time this ability is resolved this turn, transform it. Oh, by the way, this is any other creature, not just yours, it's enemies too. Which makes it approximately 10 times better than Albed Savagers. And then Sephiroth, One-Winged Angel. That's sick artwork. Flying. As this transforms into Sephiroth, One-Winged Angel, you get an emblem that says, whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Whenever Sephiroth attacks, you may sacrifice any number of other creatures. If you do, draw that many cards. This is pretty good. I don't know how good. At the end of the day, it is a 3/3 Blood Artist. I think it's going to be pretty hard to transform it without your opponent cooperating. It is certainly a lot better than Albed Savagers. It is about the same as Gaius. Maybe a little bit better than this. Yeah, I mean, you can sack to the train. And Sephiroth, if you sack a bunch of stuff to the Phantom Train, it doesn't exile, so you can attack immediately. Attack for 5. I don't think the train is good. Obviously, Phantom Train 0-mana sack effects are something to keep an eye on. But the fact that it doesn't have a crew, so you have to sack to use this, I don't know if I'm buying what it's selling. There was a 4-mana 6/6 in Streets of New Capenna that you could sack a treasure to crew it, and that card was pretty bad. So I would expect this to not be very good. Sephiroth is definitely good. It's better than Ninja Blades. It's probably better than Kane. I don't think it's as good as Jacked. I think it's not as good as Jacked. I'll put it as a 7. A 3/3 Blood Artist means something. I guess it doesn't count itself, so it's not strictly Blood Artist. Like, if Sephiroth dies, nothing happens. I think it has a lot of flavor text. I think almost none of it will ever happen in a game. But like, if you play Sephiroth before combat and you attack with 2 creatures and your opponent needs to block with their 2 creatures, they just block with one of them, right? Or they double block your big one, and then only 3 creatures die and it doesn't work. But, I mean, that's still to your advantage, for sure. Well, that's black. Yeah, look, it does look like are a couple creatures in the format that make Sleep Magic look pretty bad. Like Sleep Magic and Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum don't disable the card. They can't use activated abilities, but triggered abilities still work. So yeah, Arcite might just be a 9. Make it 8.8. There we go. There's some pretty cool flavor cards. I think Side Quest is pretty awesome. One of the better cards. I think maybe Jekt is the best. Like, I think Jetic is probably better than Arden, honestly, but maybe not. I guess Arden is pretty good. But I'm kind of concerned about how much burn that black has. It's a lot of not interactable stuff with Black Mage's Rod and cornered by Black Mages and Malboro and Albed Salvagers, and there's a couple other burn cards in there. It's kind of concerning to me, but Black has a lot of like super Geiga value cards that you want to reanimate. So like maybe maybe the Evil Reawaken is better than I thought. Put this up to a 7. Yeah. Now, to be fair, I think there's also a lot of life gain in the format from what I saw, right? I mean, Black even has the Sephiroth intervention, like 4 mana gain too. And White has Steiner, right? I mean, and this card is ridiculous. And then I think White Mage's Staff is actually probably pretty good. And some of the Moogles have lifelink, right? I think at least one of the Moogles has lifelink. Oh, that's the rare, right? The rare makes it Moogle's Valor. I mean, there's Aerith, gains life. Restoration Magic can gain some life. I don't know if you want to play it, but... yeah, maybe White Mage's Staff is just really good. Maybe this card is better than I thought. I guess Equip cost 3 is so much, though. But maybe you're supposed to do Weapons Vendor? Maybe. But... yeah, Black looks really good. I don't know if it's as good as White. But it has some cards that are trying to be white Auracite. Is like the black uncommon side quest is like white Auracite. Kills a guy and gets treasures that you can use for mana. There's just a lot of 2-for-1s, and there's a lot of discard in black. There's Marlboro, there's Hecdies, there's a couple, there's Ject. There's like 1 or 2 more, right? There's Poison the Waters. There's what's the other one? You discard on this one. I think there's one more, but there's a lot of discard in this format, so you need to hold extra lands in your hand. Just be aware of, and not only is that, but there's Vincent Limit Break, which I'm not a big believer of this card, but people love playing this combo of Vincent's Limit Break and Hecdies. So just be prepared that if your opponent attacks with Hecdies, you probably don't want to block it.